All right. Oof. That's rough. I'm gonna have to get some curtains. Streaming at this time of day or a little earlier has the sun kind of beaming through the blinds, which is leaving those little white spots in the thing up top. So I'm gonna have to figure that out later. But what up, y'all? Marvin, what's happening? Configure. So that doesn't fix it either. Oof. Yeah, I actually don't know what to. Wait, why am I out of focus like that? That's weird. Put it back. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Why am I Why am I so out of focus right there? It randomly. Huh. Okay. What does that look like? Okay. No, that doesn't really fix anything. 6 doesn't help. 5 gives me that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Like maybe right now, because I have no idea how long that's gonna be up. That just looks really bad. God dang it! Just to add on to my pretty shitty day. All right, give me a sec, guys. We're gonna have to raise this camera. What? All right, give me a sec. Yeah, I don't even. I guess it's the sun continues to do the thing. I guess it's just gonna have to be the way it is right now. Looks like it's okay now, but as soon as the cloud goes away, it's gonna beam through again. I guess we'll have to fix it in the future. Catching up on the Slack, and I've been doing this recently, getting to 1,000 rift key, 1,000 rift keys. Jesus Christ, man! How do you stomach that much farming? I would say stomach, but like in the like, I can only do like maybe roughly about 100 key runs, or sorry, like runs for about 100 keys, and then I play. I can't see myself like doing enough visions and or up there's the sun is coming back. Yep, and it's shining through and it's causing those issues again. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to buy some blackout curtains, I guess. Otherwise, I'm gonna have these issues while I stream earlier in the day, I guess. which looks really bad. God, it looks so awful, honestly. Takashi, what's going on? If I stomach getting to 2K in a week, I can get 1,000. Well, I mean, getting to 2K in a week might be a little bit different story. Because I mean, if you're farming for keys, you're pretty much just going for keys, right? If you're doing paragon, right? If you're paragon farming for a week, you're also leveling up gems. You're also like increasing your, character's power per se. Keys aren't really increasing your power at all. It's just allowing you to do the thing you really want to do. You know what I'm saying? So I guess in my opinion, the motivation is a little different. At least that's how I see it. Maybe I'm looking at that wrong, but Peacha, what's happening, man? I try to make a case for grenade rogue and like moving it out of whatever tier it's currently in. I haven't really gotten any sort of like realistic response back from it quite yet. So just letting you know, I did not forget. I just haven't gotten anything. So, but yeah. Let's see, Rocket Storm, special recipe, Rocket Storm, Power and Arrow, Colombian. I think those are the only 3. Oh yeah. All right. Well, anyways, we're just farming, getting better gear. So later on this week, we will push stuff. 1K gons, I know, right? Pleb gons, I get it. I know. My power crease I'm getting from my keys is Primal Josh, which I've gotten 2 amazing Natalia drops. I think I have 0 plans on playing Natalias. I think I'll only do it if I accomplished my other goals quicker than I thought. Wow, that hurt. Omega. Blazual, right? Total Blazual at this point. Do Natalia later on Marauder. And then Yui, because I want to do Necro Wish Doctor and Crusader push. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm doing Yui, Marauder, and GoD6. Those are the 3 that I plan on pushing with. And that is it. Demon Hunter. That's it for me for the season, really. I do those 3 to get to, I guess, a certain GR based on the amount of Paragon and my gear level at the time. And then I'm satisfied. Hopefully that might be 150s, but I don't know if I'll be able to farm enough Paragon to kind of really make that happen on anything outside of maybe Marauder. But with the spec that I'm doing, I don't even know if I can really do it on Marauder at, maybe 1600, 1700 Paragon. I don't think so, but we'll see. Setting up my green screen. Yeah, so I have blinds, but I don't have curtains. So during the daytime like this, where it's like, still where the sun is still up, when it sets, it goes through the blinds, even though the blinds are closed. It goes through the little tiny holes where it holds the strings or whatever through the blinds. Yeah. So the sun is like kind of still beaming through. I'm gonna have to figure out a different solution for that. So I'm gonna have to wait until the sun just goes down, and then my green screen would be fine. But until then, it looks really ugly, and there's nothing I can do about it. Takashi, you said Demon Hunter's your favorite? Yep. DH gang. That's also a pretty bad run too as well, and that was like pretty awful. Almost 3 minutes. To be fair, the first map was keeps, and then I died. So Not really doing myself any favors. Just force the sun down faster. I mean that would make sense, right? No sun, no problem, right? So yeah, force it down faster. We can maybe, you know, we can you know, get it arrested, you know, higher hit out on the sun. You know what I'm saying? Pretty. I'm sure nobody else would be upset with that, right? Like, y'all be cool with it, right? I mean, it's for a good cause, right? You know. Forget them farmers. Daylight savings times. Is it on D4 getting ready for the new stuff? Yeah, like, so I don't really have anything else to do in D4 at the moment. So it's kind of why I'm chilling on D3, and I also like the ethereal season too as well, so that's a big plus. So gonna chill here until we get some D4 news, and then we'll, once the patch notes come out and I can actually, like, you know, start making planners and, you know, and builds for Maxroll and stuff like that, then I'll be spending my time doing that instead. But that's probably like a week away, roughly, week and a half away or so. So until then, we blast D3. You're gonna put a PoE season coming up in a few days? Nah. It's so unlike how the internet tends to do things. I'm not someone who bashes a game that I don't play. Like, you know, if I don't play it or it's not for me, I'm not gonna sit there and like be a hater by any means. I think what PoE is doing is fantastic, especially with all the new content coming up. It's pretty massive, right? I just never been a fan of PoE's combat, and unfortunately, that just doesn't do it for me. I'm looking forward to PoE 2 though. I'm a fan of what they're trying to do in combat there, but I'm just not a fan of PoE's combat. And for me, combat is the most important part of playing any game that I play. Like the game mechanics, fighting mechanics, you know, gameplay mechanics matters the most to me, no matter what game I play. So like, that's unfortunately, in my opinion, PoE short. You know, it's one of PoE's shortcomings, and they have no plans on fixing that until PoE 2. So I'm just not gonna bother with Path of Exile until Path of Exile 2 comes out. But I don't have anything bad to say about the game. Just the combat just doesn't really do it for me. So I have no intent on playing the new season or the new league. Sorry. We need to dox that Elden Ring stream. I really do need to jump into that though. I really do. I do. I think I would like Elden Ring a lot. I just never made the jump or the dive into it, man. But I should. I really should. You salvage your main wind force on accident. I think you can, like, you know, you can roll back your character if need be. People used to do that when they ran out of mats, or they like found a bunch of mats, whatever. Like a couple like years back, people would, like, you know, get their account roll back or whatever. It's like roll back for like maybe like 24, 48 hours prior to that, right? But Blizzard would actually like Blizzard would do it for you. So it seems like personal preference. I feel like PoE combat is better for me than D3, but both games still good at them. I guess I think I'll go into more explanation of what I mean by the combat. Like the combat is like in Diablo games, the combat is very polished, meaning like I can hit something and I could feel the impact. The animations look crisp, they look polished, they looked very much a lot of attention to detail goes into the combat mechanics itself. So it looks realistic, where it looks kind of, like it just feels good. It feels good when I push a button and the skill makes contact with the enemy, and the enemy's animation looks good when it dies. Like there's a lot that goes into it. PoE is missing a bit of that, and it's not that I blame GGG for that. It's just that, obviously they were an indie company when they created PoE initially, right? So they just didn't have the money to kind of put that kind of polish on PoE initially in terms of combat is concerned. They were more concerned about the systems and itemization, stuff like that, which makes sense. I mean, most people care more about that than the actual, like, how good the animation actually looks, or is it fluid, or does it have the appropriate amount of frames per attack or whatever. Like, most people aren't going to care that much about that, right? I'm probably one of the very few that does, right? So obviously it's not marketed to individuals like me in a sense. Now, when it comes to builds, obviously PoE has more of those, right? Like we're not even going to pretend that that's even like a close thing. Options, PoEs, yeah, right? Like, gameplay feel. It's just, you can tell it's just not as polished, like on a technical level, and that's okay. Like PoE accomplished what it should have, and it is doing very well for itself. But yeah, stutter stepping and even stutter stepping in PoE with animation canceling does not feel that good. And when they added it, when they added it, I actually did go back and play some PoE just to see how that felt, and it was really kind of like a band-aid, like kind of tacked on. And you could tell, and it's like, okay, this kind of feels kind of awful, relative to, let's say, D3's animation canceling, right? But it's still better than a lot of other games, though. Like, but again, Diablo is the bar in that category. But I got you, though. I forced Barrage promo like 20 times and can't get the Fortress Ballista. I'm stuck with straight Pierce's promo, I guess. Spent like 2k ashes. I actually don't even want the Force. I actually want the Entangling Shot one. Because I'm actually gonna go dual generator when I push. Although Fortress Ballista is good too. Like, I mean, obviously it's really good, but I prefer the big damage with the dual generator. Especially seeing how I'm not going to have that much paragon anyway when I push. I'm going to need as much extra damage as I possibly can to try to get close to the 150 as possible. He said, nah, it's fine. I'm not too, it's just like a oh fuck. Anyways moment. I feel you, man. Outer Ring combat feels so cool. I love how responsible punch it feels. Yeah, I like that. Like, I like that stuff. Like, I think one of my favorite things about playing the Spiritborn class, about a week and a half ago, was just the way it felt. The way the skills felt to play, even if the play styles wouldn't match the way I want to play, like, I don't like Gorilla isn't something like matches the way that I would like to play, or what I would normally, you know, like play styles or whatever. But it felt so good to hit something. It felt good to smack something in the face, right? It's kind of like that impact. That even though I'm not really, you know, I wouldn't like Gorilla normally, I don't mind playing Gorilla Spirit because it just felt good. It felt good to smack something. Which is pretty impressive because it takes a lot to kind of impress me when it comes, you know, when it comes to combat or gameplay or whatever. I have pretty high standards. I wish I didn't, because then that would lead me to play, you know, other games and not, you know, and also MMOs really. Like, you know, I'd be more interested in MMOs if the combat was better. But I understand that most MMOs are not focused on the combat as much as they are the, you know, MMO part of it, right? The massive multiplayer experience. You think you'd be too squishy to push through? Nah. Let's keep in mind, I mean, we were playing GoD6 without Fortress most of the time, anyways, right? So this season we'd be able to. You're adding Fortress to the already GoD6 setup, so like. If we weren't too squishy in the past, we're definitely not too squishy now, right? Does that make sense? But the Fortress Blister just makes it easier, obviously. But I'm a glass cannon player anyways. I'm gonna be putting Dex gems in my gear for the push, rather than diamonds, most likely, unless I'm getting one shotted. Then I'm like, okay, well, yeah, you know, we'll change some things around, but. So you want this build? Let's see. So what do you do here? Crossbow, bow, nah. You got like 5 or 6 arguments on the Meteor Whisper. Kind of got bored. Nothing really compares to the speed of DH, you know? I guess like the gameplay to Demon Hunter. Speed's fun, but just the gameplay. It's hard to mimic, I guess. Especially when I play stuff like UE multi-shot. Like there's nothing like it anywhere else. It just feels so good. I should have kept that. The sun is back out again, shining through.
Let's see what happens. I'm overburdened.
There. Well, that's what I'm drinking is gonna hit when I'm trying to finish with Whispers and getting into 131. You said your whispers? Oh yeah, that's right. There are called whispers. I'm thinking whispers in D4 for some reason. But yes. I need more keys too, so I can do more. So I can do some echoing nightmares because I need to start worrying about my augment soon. I don't know if I'm gonna augment my push set first, or the set I'm gonna push with first, or am I gonna augment my speed set so I can do higher GRs for more efficient runs or better paragon. I guess I don't really know what the play is for me quite yet, because I'm gonna also push with GoD6 too. So I mean I'm gonna eventually augment it anyway. So it's kind of like, do I do it first or do I wait? I also don't have that many pieces I can augment anyway, but still. Am I going? Sure, there's dead ends everywhere. Kaldasan, yes. I used to call them yeah, I guess they're called whispers, really. Yeah. I feel like it's been some time since I've actually like truly like grind a little bit of D3. D3 DH is the GoD of all characters right now as it stands. I mean, I guess for speed runs, maybe, sure, yeah. But I guess that's not too surprising. Unless one class has had, you know, a really good balance patch or whatever. Demon Hunter has always been pretty decent in speeds. Pushing, no, I wouldn't say that, but speeds, yeah.
Let's see the gem.
Petrified Screams are though are rough. Eh. You mean like obtaining them or actually like doing them? Okay, the sun is starting to go down a little bit. You have more primal drops in the last 2 weeks than you had in your Diablo career. You think, wow, interesting. I still need to get me an ancient Hellfire amulet. The overall feel of the blast is king for the dopamine hit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure, man. Obtaining them, yeah. It's funny because like once you actually have all the augments you kind of want or whatever, then like you end up getting way more screams than you know what to do with. They just kind of sit in your inventory or whatever, or you just stop picking them up. Almost like the Ramaladi's gift or whatever. Like when you first start off, you struggling to even get just one, and then once you have enough to, you know, socket a few of your weapons, at that point it's like you can stack up hundreds of them. The drop rate is worse than promos for you. The petrified screams are? Well, that's crazy. First shot, I've gotten more screams than promos, at least for, you know, on my end. You know, RNG is RNG. Even more useless once you farm 125 speeds. I assume that would only really be the case in groups, right? Like non-solo self-found. I don't see myself like farming. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe. I don't know. I haven't like actually done the math or whatever. But like, if I'm augmented, you know, will my GoD6 like farm 125 speeds efficiently? Don't know. Maybe. At least not at my paragon. Like I'm thinking maybe like 2K 2500 paragon maybe at that point, but that's a long ways away. But I can see that though. You wish you could force 3 sockets onto other gear though. That would have been a nice feature. Oh god, no, not your paragon. Not even like, oh, maybe. No, God, oh dear God, no, not with your paragon. Like, what were you thinking? Oh man. I hear there's not a 150 on UE yet, which I'm actually very surprised. Considering that the wind force is really damn good. He got it yesterday on the 150 UE. Okay. Did he get the 150 GoD6 as well or nah? I know he was trying it earlier this morning. Not GoD6 yet. I don't know why he doesn't do dual generator. Like, obviously he has the ability. If you can play if you can play multi-shot, UE multi-shot, you can do dual generator GoD6. LeBron also group plays. I thought his his account was solo self found or not. What's the difference in playstyle for dual will? No, not dual will. Sorry, dual generator. I thought LeBron is solo self found this season. I saw him on my leaderboards, so I'm like, but dual generators. So, granted, if you go with the Fortress Ballista, thing on your Breezer or whatever, if you go that option, sure you have a higher uptime on squirts for doing so, which is good, right? However, like anytime you get the shield pylon, which is if you're fishing for 150, you're gonna need that. Like, there is no like run without a good shield pylon in a sense. Most likely, depending on how much you're willing to fish. That's where dual generator actually definitely shines more so than anything else. But like dual generator is as good as a full uptime squirts shielded, basically. So when you think about it in that manner, when played efficiently, you're looking at dual generator being like 3 GRs roughly, considering that you have to cast your entanglement shot too as well. But you're looking at about 3 GR difference, especially now because you don't have to wear the Odyssey's in, right? Like you actually can use a Bariza, so you're actually getting the hard hitting two-hander, but also with the Odyssey's in effect. So it's actually better this season than it would normally, because you're not having to use a crappy bow, versus a two-hander or dual wielding or whatever like that. So that's why I'm just saying, I'm like, man, this is, I think the 150 would definitely come easier if he just if he went dual generator. Because I'm surprised I don't see it more often, just considering like how strong it can be. especially if you use like, you know, timing on like if you go with like COE instead, like you go with COE in the cube. Go COE in the cube, you get a good Oculus ring on the cold cycle. With dual generator, man, it is. I'll say it feels good. I wonder what my paragon goal is tonight. I got some work to do later on, so I think I'm planning on playing for about 5 hours roughly. Maverick, what's up, man?
Let's see what we can do.
This song. I remember when it first came out. What you been up to, Maverick? Did I get a GG3 yet? No. I mean, I have a Bariza and it's okay. I do have a nice win force though for UE multi-shot. Not for M6, but for UE multi-shot. So I'm actually excited for that. I think this season I can actually, if I wanted to, I can play Fire UE. Something you know most of the time can't do. I'm not saying you can't do, but like is the having to choose between ambush and steady aim for like a traditional UE build when you do Fire, it sucks because both of them are good passives. But since you have a 5th passive, you can actually go both. You can actually choose both. Something that physical has always been able to do, but Fire has, you know, wasn't able to do. And when you have a lot of area damage, that makes a difference. So you kind of close the gap a little bit there, between going Fire or physical. So they've been on Wiz, tell us how I found. How was Wizard doing anyway? How's anybody doing any Frozen Norp stuff? I know Ronan usually tends to do that all the time. Whenever he's already pushed some with that, or if people are pushing Taos. I would assume so. I mean, Rush is considerably easier to play. But I know like a good, you know, DMO Frozen Orb setup is actually really strong as well. It just requires a lot more work out of the individual to do so. Especially the way that Ronan plays it, because he does the whole like Shimizu version, which is nuts when you think about it. High DMO clear on the it's 133 on the yeah. I'm not surprised by that. Like I said, Ronan's really the only one that ever like pushes Frozen Orb like seriously. But when he does, you know, because he has his clear is always like 20 GRs higher than everyone else's. on that same set usually. What am I playing? Right now it's GoD6 is what I'm farming with. But I'll be pushing with GoD6, as well as Marauder and UE multi-shot. So, but I'm gonna be farming with GoD6 just because that makes the most sense. Supplemental's going on. So what's going on? Hey, Sel, let me ask you something. How do you do the automatic shout outs when like people come in and whatnot? And how do you do the automatic first, when someone, comes in, first chat or whatever? I saw you do it on your stream. I think some of the people have done it too as well. I never know how to do that kind of stuff. I'm kind of like pleb on that. So if you can, maybe DM me and show me the ropes or whatever, I would totally appreciate, not being a pleb streamer, so I can be as awesome as you guys. Because it's super cool because it makes sense because you don't have to sit there and hope a mod does it or stop what you're doing and hit the command buttons or whatever. It looks so convenient. I'm like, why am I not doing this and why do I not know how to do this? Because do I have a build guide for GoD6? I mean, technically, from years ago, it's the same thing because it's season 24, so nothing has changed technically. But I mean, you can just do the Maxroll version. It's practically roughly the same thing. So I will look at the guide, the Maxroll D3 GoD6 setup. I mean, 2 additional centuries. Hey, I can do this for bolas. So hold on to that. Actually, I'm probably not gonna do bolas for T16. I kind of want to, but I'm not gonna be playing long enough to care about that.
Fortune favors who you sing. Don't forget, carry any luck always changes. Want to see what you'll get?
So also, I did get my work done yesterday, by the way.
You look like you could use
Or at least that portion of my work. I got other work to do, but the portion that I was hoping to get done last night, I did get done. Yeah, I did. It was tough because you were having so much fun in the WWE, and you were very animated, and it was exciting watching you. And I'm trying to balance between watching the gameplay and not watching the gameplay. Do I have a bolas planner? I do not have one set up for bolas. Not at the moment. I mean, I can talk you through what you need to, change for T16 bolas. It's actually way more fun to farm with bolas on T16 than Hungry and Arrow. It's also slightly more efficient too once you have decent gear. I also don't think that the bola stuff can roll on a Bariza ethereal anymore, or ethereals in general. Could be wrong. At one point, I think they purposely left bola legendaries off the ethereals, so you'll have to kind of do a non-ethereal setup for bolas, which would be kind of awkward too. I guess you don't really have. I guess you don't have to. You could be missing out on vengeance or whatnot. I don't know. I have to think about it again. Where's my ethereal dagger? What up, boiler? Speaking, Monday Night Raw is on right now. The 7 TV died. You gotten all into WWE lately? I haven't watched any wrestling in a very, very long time. But I used to be so into it. Way back in the day. Like we're talking about like, you know, almost 2 decades ago. type ordeal. In the Attitude Era, I guess you could say that. Oops. I don't know why I clicked away from that. More so like the Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, I guess, was around for a while. But like Razor Ramon and Mankind, like that era kind of thing. The Rock, when, you know, people's eyebrow, all that jazz. I started way before that though. Like I started like when Sting was popular, and WCW was like still in existence. NWO and the NWO Wolfpack, like that was my era. My wife asked me why I watch it if you know it's fake. I'm like, why? I ask her why she watches her series. I mean, yeah, true. Very true, actually. It's almost 3 decades now. That's actually pretty true, yeah. Right, I used to come up with like my own signature wrestling moves. Like I would sit there and like practice like wrestling moves like with my pillow, like on my bed, and just like do suplexes and like all kind of crazy stuff when I was like really young. I was like 7, 8 years old. It was great. I look back at it now and I'm like, man, I think my signature moves would have killed people. Would have caused a death in the ring. I'm like, yeah, probably would not fly. It's just like, yeah. Also, Borley, I know you've been blasting some D3. What have you pushed or pushing, or are you just kind of like, you know, are you just kind of just enjoying the Paragon farm and that's kind of roughly it? Or you told me we could have lived in a time when Dioxide was your wrestler name, not your streamer name. Yeah, pretty much. Been doing mostly doing speeds, and I'm mostly done with that. Okay. I started so late, man. Freaking. Obviously going to California that weekend. During the opening weekend, kind of like made me lose a little bit of interest in terms of like blasting. So like I'm like casually playing now, but I have time. I think I have enough time to actually get my, you know, hopefully maybe 150 pushes in before new D4 content arrives. Is Maxroll website down or is it on you? I have no idea. I haven't checked today. Could be down. Anyone else experiencing the same thing? Vice has a good mid-season series. Who killed WCW? Yeah, that was back when, what, WWE was WWF, right? World Wrestling Federation. And WCW was what, World Championship Wrestling. How hype am I for the new D4 expansion? It's kind of hard to say because like we don't really know much information about the D4 expansion. What we do know is a lot of information about the Spiritborn, but we know very little about the expansion itself. There's been some leaks, but there's a lot more to it than that. But I will say this though, like Blizzard has always had a good track record of expansions. They may not have gotten launch right ever in any Diablo game technically, except for maybe D1, you know, the original Diablo. But they've always done really well with expansions. They've always turned the series around, the game around, or you know, really made the game really good in the expansion. So since they have a 100% track record of doing that, I have no doubt that the expansion is going to be, well, really good and change a lot of things. Sting, NWO, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, dude, the Ultimate Warrior coming out with his, you know, dude looked like he was on cocaine, which ironically he kind of was on drugs, but, but yeah, he just he was just, he was hyped though. Flipping off my couch onto the coffee table and shit. I don't know if I was that hardcore with it though, but I would probably jump from like the dresser to the bed. It was probably like the furthest I went. Just the dresser was like quite a bit higher than like the bed itself, so. Oh, actually, something is jank on Maxroll is force reloading over and over. It's reloading over and over to see if you actually like subscribe to Maxroll for the ad-free experience. So the site is like checking over and over whether or not you paid your money, and it's just gonna keep refreshing until you do. Sounds like a good conspiracy theory, don't you think? That sounds believable, right? No?
You look like you could use a new see you soon. My pack is full. Fortune favors. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? Fortune favors. Well, that is too expensive.
So you to punish me for using Brave, y'all hammering your own servers. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, all the good people have already, you know, subbed and all, you know, so like, you know, no one else is really having that issue unless you're, you know, one of the not good people, right? Not as awesome of individuals who have not paid for the ad-free experience. See, that makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. Do I stream full time now? I guess I've kind of been like pseudo full time for a bit. I say pseudo because I'm like, my hours have been, you know, sort of what you would expect from, you know, or at least the amount of days I stream per week is what you would expect a full-time streamer to do. But no, I mean, I have other jobs and gigs that I do. I just can't work one of them right now because surgery recovery still. Not teach anymore. I won't be able to this year, unfortunately, because I can't really stand for longer than 5 minutes still without being in quite a bit of pain. I can barely sit for 10 minutes, but I rigged my computer chair to where I can manage it, but I can't take my computer chair with me everywhere else. So nope, can't teach because like right now camp is going on. Like as we speak, camp is going on. It started this week, but I can't literally be out in the sun while taking the meds that I'm taking and I can't literally, be out there for 12 hours a day. I just can't right now. So I physically can't do my responsibility, which means that I had to get my replacements for this year. So, yep, I having a surgery and the pretty horrible recovery timeline has made me kind of lose my job, which kind of sucks right now. I'm actually more furious about the situation than I let on. I had a really interesting phone call. Actually, you know what? We'll talk about it. So, I'm supposed to have an appointment tomorrow with my surgeon. And it took it was one of those things where it took a while to be able to get in contact with the surgeon who did my surgery or whatever. Double hernia surgery, trimmer. And so he calls me today, and tomorrow is the appointment, but he calls me today. And he had the audacity to ask me, he says, so, he's like, so yeah, what are you coming in for now again? Like, why are you coming to the clinic, tomorrow? Or, what's the point of you coming to the clinic tomorrow? I'm like, the fuck you just say? Like, I was already pissed off at that comment. I'm like, what do you mean? Why am I scheduling an appointment with you? Like, do you I've been calling every 2 weeks, week and a half, explaining my situation that I'm not recovering. It's been not recovering well. It's been 3 fucking months about this already. And I'm getting the same answer. Oh, just wait. It's normal. Some people it takes longer to heal than others and blah, 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 whatever. And so as time kept going on, I'm still feeling the same problems and issues and pain and whatnot. And you have the audacity to sit there and tell me why I'm trying to schedule an appointment with you. What? What kind of start to a conversation is that? Obviously, I'm frustrated. You're either that or the nurses or whoever I've been talking to each time either did not record any of the things I've said or whatnot. I mean, my thing is don't you have access to the information already? Shouldn't you already know why I'm calling you, or why I'm asking for an appointment? I mean, it's not a blind thing. Obviously, I've talked to several nurses ahead of time who can't figure out what the hell is going on. So why not talk to the surgeon who did the surgery, who hopefully might know more about what's going on and why I'm not recovering the way that I should be recovering, despite them saying that things are normal. So I tell him, I tell him what's been going on or whatever, and he seems somewhat dismissive about my pain and what I'm going through. He's like, oh, that just sounds like different kind of pain than the hernia surgery itself. And I'm like, bruh, I've been saying this. I've been telling you these symptoms even before the hernia surgery, and y'all suggested that and diagnosed it as a hernia, and it was. I mean, it was 2 hernias, so that was the case. But if I'm still feeling the same pain or similar pains or similar issues, and most of my complications seem like they're coming from more so nerve-related issues, why are we not talking about that? The moment that I mentioned anything nerve-related, he literally segued the conversation twice, as if he did not want to talk about that at all whatsoever. And he wants to, suggest I go see a pain specialist or whatever. And I'm like, okay, that I don't object to that. But my thing is, why is it that when I explain to you what I'm feeling, and you did the surgery, so you know what complications can come with the hernia surgery, and a lot of the pain and stuff I'm feeling does come with the hernia complications or from the hernia surgery, usually in the form of nerve damage. Why are we not talking about that? Why are we not talking about that as a possibility? Why are you dismissing it as this completely different? And if you felt like it's completely different or whatever I'm experiencing is not related to hernia, why the fuck was I suggested to have a hernia surgery in the first place? So like nothing of what he said seemed to really make any sense. And so like I got the phone with them and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna have to go for a second opinion. Like I don't feel good about going into an appointment tomorrow with a dude that legit is like dismissing me and kind of acting condescending about whatever like what I'm going through as if it doesn't really matter, or it's like you don't even know what the appointment is for. Like how do you have, you know, a 3.5, 4 week appointment that's kind of, don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's busy. I'm not even trying to say that isn't the case, but how do you not know what the appointment is for? Like the nurse or someone has to tell you, or at least brief you, you know, for about 2 minutes to know why the patient is coming in. You see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't take that long to like, you know, look at a folder or look at a file and be like, huh, okay, he's coming to see me. This is why he's coming to see me. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no way he couldn't have known. Digital decaf. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's like 100% of what I'm thinking. Because he dodged the question about the sciatic nerve twice. And kept saying, well, I don't really know what other surgeries we can do for you. I'm like, that's not why I'm coming to see you initially. I'm not coming to have another surgery right now with you. I'm coming to talk to the person who did the surgery so we can probably figure out other options as to why I'm not healing the way I should, because you're the fucking one who did the surgery. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, obviously, like, I'm coming to talk for options and figure out what other things we might be able to do. I'm not asking you to, hey, let's perform another surgery right now. No, that's not what I'm asking for you to do. And right now, considering how I feel, I don't trust you anyway. So, you know, with that. But I do have to at least go in and speak to you so I can at least ask to get referred for a second opinion. So at the very least, the only thing you're actually useful for is being able to refer me to get a second opinion elsewhere. But my concern right now is if I go and eventually get an appointment, which Lord knows how long that's going to take before I get, you know, an appointment with you know, a pain specialist or whatever, right? If they hypothetically, you know, this, you know, a hypothetical, if they're saying, you know, yeah, there's nerve damage or whatever like that, then I still have to go back and get surgery. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I'm needless to say, I'm very frustrated with the situation. And had I known that what I'm going through would have been a possibility, I would have had a surgery until at least after the camps for the, you know, the school that I teach, so I can at least still work and then have the surgery later. Because it's like I feel the way I did before the surgery, but worse, because now I feel the mesh, and the mesh is causing radiating pain. So it's like, why did I have the surgery to begin with? I don't know. I know I'm just ranting at the moment, but yeah, I'm beyond pissed with the situation. But with that being said, it means I'm home more because I can't work, which means I technically do stream more than I usually would. So I guess that's the segue back into the first question that's asked: are you a full-time streamer? It's like, well, not necessarily, but I do stream more because, well, I can't really do anything else. Take your computer chair and desk out to the school. Yeah. Definitely document all this conversation and keep pushing, because I think my mother actually wants to, my mother also just wants to go ahead and file a claim, period. She feels like there's enough for that, through just pain and suffering in general and being dismissive from all the nurses and individuals that I've talked to, in a sense. Because I'm also losing, you know, money from not being able to work. So it's like, that's a, you know, it's, I told her, I'm like, you know, maybe hold off on that for a little bit, but I mean, that's still definitely a possibility. Do I prefer D3 over D4? In some aspects, yes, but as a whole, nah. Um, but I do enjoy D3 a lot still. Alpha, is it Alpha Home? Alpha Home? Appreciate the Prime Gaming. Am I seeing a physical therapist or anything? I wasn't recommended to. Like I wasn't referred to a physical therapist. I'm actually thinking about it. Who was it that suggested that? Echohack suggested that. But I don't know. Yeah, that's something I think I might need to do. But like I'm surprised they didn't recommend that. They never suggested it or kind of like or like like anything. Like it was never like, oh yeah, by the way, we recommend you do such and such, or we refer like referral or whatever. Like none of that was said. Dude, that's the most I've heard you swear. Doesn't know you drop an F-bombs, man. I get tired of hearing it's normal. The pain you're feeling is normal. Just keep taking pain meds. When the documents you sent says a recovery with mesh is usually about 4 to 6 weeks for a full recovery. Usually, so usually means normal. If I'm not, usually it's probably closer to normal, right? So if you fall outside the 4 to 6 weeks range and you're going into the 10-week, 12-week range, am I wrong to assume that that's not normal? And that I'm being told that it's normal just seems like a slap in the face? I mean, I'm just saying. There's no way that 12, 13 weeks and what I'm feeling is normal. Because if I'm in the 2% or 1% of people who are not feeling well after the surgery, then obviously that's not normal. At least that's not what, sounds like he's trying not to have any accountability. Like I said, I don't really want to default to that, but considering how many times I've called and how many times it's been dismissive, the nurses have been pretty dismissive. Only one nurse I had seemed like she actually cared to try to figure out what was going on. Like she actually sat for a bit, and was asking a lot of questions and really thinking through, and even went back and asked some of her colleagues or whatnot while she was there. She was really the only one that actually seemed like she had any sort of let's try to figure this out. Everyone else is like, yeah, just keep popping pills, until it's 6 months into, if you're still feeling these symptoms for another 4 or 5 months, then let us know. And it's just like, what? Surgery, but what surgery did I have? It was a double hernia surgery with mesh. The hernias weren't really that large, but I just happened to have 2 of them on the same side, and they had to apply mesh. It helps to be, to bring along someone who can be more assertive. So what you're trying to tell me, Evident Pig, is that I need to bring Daishizi to the office tomorrow? Is that what you're saying? Because I can totally bring Daishizi tomorrow. Let him talk. He said, "No, dude, LOL, don't just keep popping pills." Well, I kind of get that, but I just thought it was weird that that's all they kept suggesting. Have a wife use that pit bull. They thrive on confrontation. Oh no, I'm about to go in there tomorrow with some facts, with a list of things. Because I've kind of documented my progress, at least within the past 4 or 5 weeks, because Echohack kind of mentioned that I should. So yeah, I'm about to go in there. Yeah, but yeah, it's Jeroni, what's going on? Yeah, I'm over it, man. I was so furious before this stream. And I was just like, am I even gonna stream tonight? Am I even gonna be in the mood to stream? Gosh, she's already said that many times in the show TV. Listen, I'm PT I'm gonna always favor movement, but I hate doctors always pushing meds. I mean, yeah, like you said, yeah, just keep taking Tylenol and ibuprofen and just keep rotating them. Yeah, that was literally what they said for 4 phone conversations. Four, like 4 times that I've called them. That was the response, all 4 times. Until there's like, oh yeah, well we'll just get you in contact with your surgeon. I'm like, okay, well. That's true. My dad had similar surgery, and it took me a few months for the pain to subside. I guess my thing is that like, why do I feel the same way before the surgery, but with more pain? Because well, the mesh is not healing. Well, but the placement of the mesh or whatever like that, it's not healing as quickly as it's suspected. I'd be fine with feeling sore from the mesh, but I'm not fine with is dealing with all the symptoms I had before I had the surgery to begin with. As if none of that goes away or is like going away. Remember, there's a difference between assertive and aggressive. So are you trying to say that Daishiji shouldn't go in strapped? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're really trying to say? Say, what power am I using on my Bariza? Whatever it rolled, because this is the only one I found. So it's got multi-shot on there. Nah, but yeah, I'm just yeah. But let me ask you a question, Trimmer. Since you say you're a physical therapist. Do you get patients recommended to you, or do patients seek you out for situations kind of similar as mine? Reason why I'm asking is because, like, if I just go to a PT on my own versus getting recommended to go see a PT, then like how my insurance covers it is different. And I think that's the reason why I didn't just go and, just get it, right? So like that's kind of like the one of my primary issues. Why I'm confused why he isn't referring. Yeah, like I said, he was so dismissive today, man. Like yeah. Naira said maybe she liked me. I mean, I'm generally a nice guy in general. Like you watch my streams, I'm not one to get flustered or hell. Like I've had racist comments on my stream and never really reacted. In fact, I usually troll with them in a sense and let them stick around. So like it takes a while. It takes a lot to really get under my skin. Pelvic floor dysfunction and maybe take a long time to get into someone. Whoops. Usually most post-op stories refer for people. Yeah, never got it, man. Never got it. The pelvic floor dysfunction. Never heard of such a thing. Probably something I should probably look up. Took you 4 months to get into a PT specialist? You mean like a physical therapist? You mean? Holy month! Yeah, freaking 4 months. There's like no more mobs for me to kill there. Oh, really? Yeah. But I guess the biggest thing for me though, I guess what some of you guys don't know, I've been teaching for, basically now 2 decades. When you go into a career, you're generally passionate about the career that you're going to. Obviously, you chose to go to college to go into student loan debt to do something that you hopefully like to do for a living of some sort. And so like this is like the first year out of the 20 years where like, I mean, outside of COVID was a different story though. I mean, the whole US pretty much shut down, but this is the first time like in a regular situation ish where like I'm being forced to not be able to do that thing, like not be able to teach. And like I take that really seriously, especially like the students, because it's like it's especially like the seniors this year where this was their last year with me, and like I'm not gonna be able to be there to do the thing, and like that really pisses me off because it's like it's a like you're letting down the kids in a sense. Like don't really care too much about the adults or the administrative side of things, but I do when it comes to students. I mean, obviously that's what I got into the field to be a part of and to do in a sense. So yeah.
Yo, dark side.
That's a pretty big mental hit there.
Son.
Vision, what's going on?
Do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Time to raid dance.
Sheezy out.
What's going on, man?
Vidya braided my stream with 116 views.
What's up, man? Appreciate the raid. It was great meeting you, by the way. Weeks and change ago, I met this guy at Blizzard headquarters in Cali. It was really cool. I almost didn't recognize him at first because like he was like really quiet. He doesn't like go out and like stand out in the crowd or whatever. But I walked by, I'm just like, hey, wait a minute. I recognize that face a little bit somewhere. Oh, wait, not. But it was cool, man. It was just cool meeting you. By the way, Evan and Pig, I just realized something. You said you were a nice guy. Did I read that? I'm really chill and polite in real life. Okay, gotcha. Okay, you put the in real life part about in there. Okay, I was getting ready to say, I'm like, this is actually a pretty decent quiver. But what's up, y'all? We're just catching up on some D3 at the moment, and eventually gonna do some pushing on the Demon Hunter, just like old days. But it started pretty late because I was in Cali. during the opening weekend of the D3 launch, so we're playing catch up, I guess. Someone can be screaming at me and I'll still be smiling and cracking jokes. I can't help it. Is that why you and Cube get along so well? The theory season is so much fun. It is. It is. Why you hear Dashizi that needs you to come along to a doctor appointment? You've never heard of her. What gym am I doing next? It's the pet gym, right? The Forcer. How many I was gonna say ancestral before. How many ancient pieces do I have? Maybe I can go ahead and start augmenting pretty soon. But yeah, Vigia, appreciate the raid in. You missed the whole me ranting about my medical situation. I mean, I dropped quite a few F-bombs and I might be scaring my chat, but let's see. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and level this up a little bit. Dang, I failed the last one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do trapped for now instead of Zays, just because now I can actually freeze. So missed this game. The in-game and gameplay speed are fantastic. It feels good. I mean, it took a while for the game to get to, you know, to get to this state, right? So, but yeah, because man, what a journey it was in D3. How come we never see Dogside and Dashi's on the stream at the same time? Just shame on me. I use your guys on Maxroll but never followed your stream. You help me so much. Hey, it's all good. I appreciate you though, but you know, you know, I will say, I'm glad the guides have been of use for you. We definitely do spend a lot of time making sure that they are well, they do what they're supposed to do, especially for like the wider audience per se. Yep, we'll be back to doing that kind of stuff when the new patch comes out. So when they release a new patch, then we'll have to go back and, you know, to the planner and do all the builds and stuff again. Back into spin to win. Yeah. Yeah. I need some primals so I can kind of finish up. I can kind of continue to finish up my altar a little bit. No, wider, not not wider. W-I-D-E-R, not whiter, but wider. I can see how that probably sounds. I mean, pretty much the you know, no, but yeah, wider as in like, you know, all skill levels, all, you know, blasting levels, I guess you could say. Those with different time commitments per se. But Harrison, then what's been up with you, man? Have to keep the stream PG, guys. Zeal, what's going on? So, will you be playing any more WWE in the future now? Since now you've been keeping up with, you know, like keeping up with it in general. Because Coffin Masters are lit. Bro, now what's going on, man? You know what's kind of funny? I used to complain a lot, especially in PTR, D3 PTR, about bugs. You know, when things are bugged and stuff like that, or you know, bugs make it through or whatever, right? And some bugs are pretty, you know, big, like game breaking or big or whatever. But like, man, the amount of bugs compared to what we've been experiencing in D4 is like pales in comparison. Like, I guess I'm a little more appreciative of how much less bugs I guess D3 was able to not surface versus what we see in D4. I think granted D4 is a more complicated game technically in general, so I kind of get that too. But man, I used to complain about D3's bugs, and I'm just like, man, like I had a good in D3, man. We had a good we had a good in terms of things working the way this, you know, or actually working. That's better than me called transparent. School can be cruel. Mister, what's going on? I said I enjoy D4 for the most part, but D3 just feels like only the combat feels so good, man. Like the combat is it feels better than D4, like in terms of just feel. You can tell there was more emphasis put into the combat in D3 in terms of like, you know, how smooth it feels. You don't really get that. Not that it's bad in D4, but like D3's just overall it's just better combat wise, combat feel wise. Even if, you know, D4 looks better by a large margin, but it just feels better to do stuff in D3 versus in D4 overall. Especially stutter stepping, but that's probably be me being a little bit biased there. 99. This is actually a pretty decent. Now I could probably go bolas with that ethereal. So let's actually hold on to that. Put this in the GoD6 category somewhere. Go down here.
I can't carry any more. Fortune favor. That will look nice on you. Fortune favor. My pack is full.
GRs feel a lot more fun than Piss. They do. They do. As well as Nightmare Dungeons. More fun than Piss and Nightmare Dungeons. I think Piss are actually okay. Like Piss, okay. It's definitely got its issues, but it's okay. I will say that, you know, to be fair, I think Pitt's first appearance, you know, the first iteration of Pitts was definitely better than Diablo's first iteration of Greater Rifts. It took D3 a while before Greater Rifts felt good in general, like overall, because it definitely had its bumps, right? So I will say that D4's Pit, first iteration of Pit, was definitely better than D3's first iteration of Greater Rifts. But yes, as of right now, yes, Greater Rifts are definitely feel a lot better than Pits, but D3 had many years to fix that and make that better, whereas we're just now scratching the surface now with Pit and D4 in a sense, right? So like, I have no doubt that that will be better over time. But yeah. Remember D3 trials? Oh, that was awful. That was so bad. That was such a terrible system. Also trying to get the exact key you wanted, like the exact level of GR you wanted. So you had to kind of like stop or kill just enough at a certain level to be able to get the key that you want. And sometimes you either overshoot it or undershoot it and you'd be pissed off. And you know, now you got keys you kind of can't really use because you really needed a specific keys. So it was a really awful system. God, it was so bad. Gary, I appreciate the follow. Installing been a hot minute since I played this. Used to call it a day one game since you can play it and making a character, amazing character so quickly. Yeah, technically, yeah, you can, yeah. AG2R, what's going on? Haven't seen that name in a while. I recall where we were the clan that had the highest key in the world while they existed, but I can't tell what the number was. What's your favorite D3 build of all time? UE multi-shot, for sure. Like, no contest. Will Sanctify, Strafe, Impale do more damage than Ethereal God? Yeah. Yeah. Mainly because Impale got buffed in the two seasons ago or whatever, like, you know, season 30 with the big patch or whatever, the big last patch, you know, Impale got buffed then. So think about Impale that got buffed, which was a pretty significant buff. And then not only did Impale get buffed, but we also have the altar. So when we have the sanctified season, with Strafe Impale, we're gonna have a buffed Impale that we didn't have before, and we're gonna have the altar too as well. So like, yeah, Strafe Impale is gonna be very strong when that season comes around. UE multi-shot, yeah, man, that's UE multi-shot was like that. It was, I'll put it that way, like back in the day. If you've been playing for a while, back in the day, like if you were a Demon Hunter player, like your mental in terms of a Demon Hunter veteran was based on like what your multi-shot clear was. Like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like sure, you can play the class, but can you play the class? And like UE multi-shot was like that mantle where it's kind of like you got a pretty decent clear on multi-shot. It's like, yeah, you're a true Demon Hunter vet. Like that used to be like the thing. Same thing with like speed farming too as well. With it, but more so the push. There was just something about multi-shot that was so different in the push aspect that just yeah. Lightning Ball DH. Well, I mean, that was only around for like a short period of time, like a very short period of time. It kind of came and went. Multi-shot's been around, well, since the existence of the set. So yeah, you remember? He like started charge monk before they knocked it to the ground. I didn't play monk around that time. I think the first time I actually like really played or dove into monk was when POJ first came out. I kind of like the that build a bit. Only true range players can achieve like good stuff. Range true range doesn't really really exist much now in like most Diablo games, especially in Diablo 4. Like true range is almost non-existent right now, which is kind of sad. I even talked to the devs about it in California, explaining the phenomenon. It's like, yeah, we have range skills, but we don't have true ranged builds per se. They're all incentivize you to play in melee range for some reason or another. I prefer the Demon Hunter over the Rogue. I would almost say it's like not even close. I think the whole idea of Blizzard doing a hybrid class between like a hybrid assassin archery class per se was Rogue's downfall, honestly, in terms of the like class design. They really should have separated the two. Like the Rogue should have just been an assassin, and then you make either Amazon or some other range class, maybe more unique one or something that was more specific, with range capabilities or whatever. Cherry, what's going on? You have house for Demon Hunters coming? It's not. I seriously doubt we'll see Demon Hunter in D4. There's too much overlap with Rogue. Unless they just start doing like subclasses or something. You can subclass a Demon Hunter or something. Like if they start adding subclasses, then maybe something like that. But I don't see them doing that. J Rockets, what's going on? Sorry, I didn't see your message there. You missed my big rant about my medical situation. Strafing Pale was sick. You have 2 druids now. Any chance you'll switch your main to Spiritborn? Probably not. Although I will play a lot of Spiritborn, but I don't know if I will main it. Hard to say. You never know though, but I don't know. It might be copium at the moment, and I don't. I wouldn't blame anyone if they told me it's copium. But I have a feeling that, considering how well designed the Spiritborn is, that they're gonna do good work on the other classes to make them a little more interesting than they are in vanilla. Otherwise, we're all playing Spiritborn and that's it. And I don't think that that is the intent per se. But yeah, if they get any of the attention that the Spiritborn got, you know, then I can see Rogue still being fun to play. But I guess we'll see. So yeah, I just came in the chat. Something went wrong. Yeah, I have an appointment with my surgeon tomorrow to kind of go over more talks about why I'm still not recovering the way I should. And he called me today, and legitimately started off the conversation with, "So why are you coming to the clinic?" Or "Why are you, you know, yeah, why are you coming to the clinic tomorrow?" And I'm like, "What? What do you mean? Why am I coming to the clinic tomorrow?" Like, I've been calling, you know, every week and a half, almost 2 weeks, explaining my issues and situations with what's going on with me and not, you know, healing properly and still feeling quite a bit of pain and stuff like that. And I was recommended to see you because no one else can figure out what's going on. And the first thing you say on the phone is, why am I coming to see you after having to wait 3.5, 4 weeks for an appointment with you? Like, it's not the way you start off a conversation with your patient. Considering that it could possibly you might be the reason why, or not might, but like there could be a small chance of, you know, something may have happened throughout the surgery that is continuing to cause the pain that I have. So I don't think you want to talk to me like that. Like that. No, I was really frustrated earlier because he was very dismissive of what I was feeling, and, you know, wants to claim he can't help me before I even go in tomorrow just to see him or whatever. I'm just like, really? But yeah, yeah. That's a really short version. The long version contained a lot of F-bombs and yeah. This is actually a good reason. What? I noticed about the new characters that his animation skill looks more impressive than the current ones. Oh yeah, they put in a lot of work, with the class. A lot of work and attention to detail went into the class. Amazonian assassin. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think this whole hybrid thing that they were trying to go for and D4 is like really working out for them at all. Because no one plays a class like that. We just either pick bow skills in which we play in melee range, or we pick melee skills in which we also play in melee range. We don't really mix and match and, like, you know, do situational hybrid scenarios or whatever. So like, I don't even understand why this is still a design. Where am I going? Juggernaut ID, what's going on? Yep. But does that not require an update to the old classes? Well, I mean, it's an expansion, right? So like, there's gonna be, like, if they're gonna update the classes and stuff like that, I mean, next, you know, expansion would be the time to do it. Now in terms of like the rogue, I mean, I don't really see them doing anything different. To relieve that whole hybrid thing that just isn't really working or will never really work. So they're kind of stuck with whatever it is, you know, it is. I just hope that they bring in enough new skills to where the class doesn't feel like it's, you know, you only have like, you know, because I mean, you look at the rogue and like, if you want to play melee, you have 2 options. Right? Yeah, Twisting Blades and Flurry, and more often than not, it's gonna be Twisting Blades, or at least before season 5, which I still think Twisting Blades is gonna be slightly better than Flurry in more scenarios than not, but still, but still, like, yeah, it's just like you have two melee core skills. That's just kind of weird. For an action RPG, it's like, hey, I'm gonna play melee role. I got 2 options, technically, 2 options. You want to play a bow rogue or whatever like that. You got 3 options. Even though Barrage I would consider more melee than bow, but like Barrage is probably like the true hybrid where you can actually, there's benefits to playing up close and benefits to playing mid range. So, but yeah, it's just like you just don't have many options, especially if you prefer one archetype over another in the same class. I'm gonna do something new this season. I'm gonna blast on Rogue first. I'm joining the, well, I actually wouldn't even call it a dark side, but yeah, Rogue is fun. Very curious to see what all the changes that they're gonna do. You think they're gonna have a unique just for Pin Shot for season 5? Well, they already have a unique for Pin Shot. It's called Eagle Horn. It just sucks. It sucked for a lot of seasons. So there already is a unique for Pin Shot. It's just awful. Maybe with the unique updates, it might get better, but but it goes to show you that that you even had to ask that question, right? He's like, is there a unique for Pin Shot? Because most people don't even know that there is, because no one ever used the Eagle Horn because it was so bad. That should tell you everything you need to know about that unique. It's like, it's in the game? Yeah, it's in the game. Crazy, right? I see this conduit and you remember the D4 one. the D4 one is so bad, but I can understand why they made it the way it is, because it was way too good in D3 and it became the run, right? But I can see why they were pretty cautious with the conduit in D4, but yeah, it's so bad in D4. It gets a regular bow and not a crossbow, right? Yeah, yeah, it is. It is a regular bow. The Eagle Horn is a regular bow. Kind of crazy that we don't have any crossbow uniques. They missed out on one big opportunity with Bariza. Like, the Bariza should have been a unique crossbow. So surprised that it's not. Where am I going? Getting all these dead ends. Zed Cherry Yum. I don't really like D3, but you're cool. Well, thanks, man. Actually, didn't even see all the emotes you just put out there. Yeah. don't really like D3 or die. I don't really like die, but D3 is cool. We're actually doing pretty okay, farming wise. But I do need to take a break from GRs and do and get a little bit further in the altar. They somehow brought the hunter from wild and D4. That would be pretty cool. Do you think it'd be different enough from the road? Finished the altar a few days ago. I have no plans on doing the staff, so I won't get the double primals. That's really the only thing I'm missing. I just don't feel like spending a couple of hours or more for that freaking staff. I mean, it will at least give us a range style build. Oh, you mean like Wild Hunter? I guess. Jug. Just get lucky and get all within 30 minutes. Yep.
I'm overburdened. I am returning to town.
I have 113 of them. Some ancients. To double primers is killer. I guess for like, you know, with a custom primal, sure. You need to keep like rolling in that sense. You need the primordial ashes, of course. I can't grip with you if you offered it up. No. It's all good. I mean, I'm not that depending on where I'm at with my journey, I may suck it up and do it, but depends on how much I'm like struggling with trying to get the gear that I want. Like if I I'm at like rows where I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to, you know, get the gear necessary to meet my goals, then I might need to brute force the primordial ashes or whatever. But until then, I'm gonna take my chances without. I already have a good weapon and a decent quiver for UE multi-shot already, so I think that's already set. But I do need a good wind force for Broader and a better Bariza for GoD6. My Marauder quiver is actually like so good. So I'm set there. So I'm so late. You've been teaching for 20 years? Yeah. Yep. Well, I kind of include student teaching basically. So I was 19 when I was student teaching, but I also was teaching drum lines of my own, even if I wasn't like official in the system when I was 19. I was in the school systems for 18 years, but yeah. I know I don't really look that old, but like when you hear that, you're just like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, this will be the first year that I physically can't do the job. I had to hand it over to, interestingly enough, former students. So there's a school that I was kind of helping part-time where a former student of mine is now teaching there, is now taking my spot to do the camp there. And then for the school that I do teach at like full-time, the main school, one of my former students is also taking my spot there too as well. So Piss is so boring compared to GRs. I mean, they're okay. I think the emphasis on like elite hunting is. I mean, I guess you get that in GRs too, but I don't know. Pits do kind of feel a little dry, but I do like the idea of picking up your loot at the end, which is better than picking up your loot along the way. So if there's anything I can say I liked about pits, is that, because it reminds me of GRs and I can play the game and not have to worry about always picking up a jillion legendaries like in Helltide in a sense. Not that I dislike Helltides, I like Helltides, but I didn't like going back to town every 5 minutes. Especially when I'm looking for upgrades. Yeah, better love with primals and visions and rifts. It's not the +3 passive I wanted. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Not playing D4? No. I mean, there's like 2 weeks left of the season. I've already done everything I wanted to in D4. So just like with any game that has seasons, there comes a point in time where, you know, you play the season and you do everything that you wanted to do, and you play a different game until the next season comes out, or you do a different thing, and then when the next season comes out, you go and you play the game that you mainly play. I think it's kind of like the usual. Well, a lot of people do that. Yeah, D3's season came out, or the Ethereal's dropped. Season dropped last weekend, so like D3's got a really good season right now. So I kind of want to play some D3 until I get more news on D4. What's my highest clear so far? I haven't pushed yet. And D3 is kind of you need to get your augments, you need to get your legendary gems up, you need to get your your primal weapon or quiver or whatever before you start like really pushing. So like there's no reason to do a small push now, especially since I started late, like 4 or 5 days late into the season. So at the moment I'm just literally spending my time farming up for the things I know I need to be able to push. Cause like I kind of know what I need in order for me to like at least attempt to try to go for GR 150 on the 3 sets I want to do it on. So I'm nowhere near that yet. So no reason to push now. But you know, slowly but surely we're getting there. Am I gonna be playing a new PoE at all? Not the new league, no. But I will be playing PoE 2 and that. But I never have really been a fan of PoE's combat. And combat for me is the most important part of any game, like combat or combat mechanics. Like I'm very anal when it comes to that. And PoE's combat is just, it's okay. But not enough to keep me interested in terms of grinding the game, despite everything else being really good about the game and a lot of new content coming to the game. I have a lot of respect for it, but like the combat just doesn't keep me interested long enough to really play. But I'm really interested in PoE 2's combat. Like I can't wait for that. That's gonna be that's definitely up more up my alley, where you have to like push more than just one button. And think about what you got to do most of the time. So I think the idea to go that direction and kind of make it a little bit harder too as well, I think is really cool, even if people may not like the slower pace. So PoE 2 would be the down for a D4, no doubt. I don't think so. I think the audiences are quite a bit different. Like the player base is quite a bit different. Don't get me wrong. I mean, D4 players will definitely dive into PoE 2 and play PoE 2. But like, I mean, they can both coexist because they're 2 different games. So what will end up happening is, let's say if D4 players really do like PoE 2, what would end up happening more often than not would be, I'll play PoE 2's new season when it comes out. And then when D4's new season comes out, I'll play that. And then until I'm bored. And then once I'm bored of that, I'll play PoE 2's next new season. So I think players would be more looking forward to having another game to play when one season is dead. Which is great for content creators for sure, because then you don't really have a dead period. You just make content for whatever game has a newer season. Kind of like now. I mean, you kind of do that now, where when Last Epoch drops, people play Last Epoch for for a little bit of their season. When PoE season drops, you play that. When D4 season drops, you play that. So, no, I just think it'll just be another really good game in rotation. that people may play. So like, I think the idea of like, you know, one game is gonna kill another when no game can keep anyone interested for an entire 3 months of a season, I find kind of silly right now. No game, whether PoE 2 or D5 or some brand new super killer action RPG, you're gonna get bored in a season. Action RPGs just doesn't have enough content to keep you entertained for an entire 3 months as a blaster. It's just, you just can't. It's different with MMOs because MMOs are designed to be a lot larger and whatever, but action RPGs are going to always have a dead period where there's nothing to do. Right? And as long as that's the case, then other games will have a chance to get your attention. So for me, I'm excited because I feel like I'll have another really good game that I want to like really play. Yeah, another really good game that has really good, like, you know, combat mechanics or whatever. So like that's what I'm excited for. It's not a, oh, this game is gonna drop, I'm gonna make the switch and no longer play another game. Like, no, I mean, if I still find the other game fun, I'll still play the other game. Right? It just means that I now have another game that I like to play. Almost like discovering like a new soda or something. If you like soda, like you don't all of a sudden dislike the old soda that you were drinking because a new soda came out. You just, you know, you put it in rotation. Sometimes you drink that soda, sometimes you drink the one you've been drinking before if you still like it. I know it probably sounds like a really crazy idea on the internet, but that's, you know, things do and can work that way. Right? It's actually why I'm playing D3 right now. Like, you know, D3 didn't become bad because D4 came out. D3's in this current state is a good game. So when it's a season I want to play, I'll play some D3. Parents, what's going on, man? People that kind of say that kind of thing, one game is going to kill another game. I mean, it's hyperbole and content creators thrive off of it. You know, this is going to be the next X killer. You know how many times that we've heard that whatever new MMO comes out is going to be the next WoW killer, the next World of Warcraft killer? You know how many times we've heard that throughout the like decades? And World of Warcraft is still alive, doing this thing. I'm waiting for the next World of Warcraft killer to be announced. Bro, it's like it's happened like every new MMO has always been dubbed the next World of Warcraft killer. Every one of them. Every single one. I won't say every single one, but the majority of them have been dubbed that. And a lot of them did flop, right? A lot of them did flop, but there were some that's, you know, stuck through the, you know, the test of time with some changes or whatnot, you know, AKA, you know, Final Fantasy 14 is a good example of that, where they rebranded themselves in a sense, right? And it's a really good, you know, MMO, but it didn't kill WoW. It just coexisted with WoW, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, even a good MMO like that didn't just, you know, people didn't just go and just, you know, not play WoW anymore. People still do. The Destiny killer, yeah, that too, right? You know, yeah, it's like, you know, it's like people are looking for that to happen. They, you know, they're wanting a game they may not play anymore or want to play anymore to die out. So it's just much easier to tell yourself mentally that that game is gonna, you know, this is gonna be the new hype and no one's gonna ever play the old game anymore or the other game anymore. just doesn't make any, to me, it just doesn't really make any sense. And it usually almost never happens. If a game is decent or is good, it's gonna stand on its own and stand the test of time. How's my Monday? Frustrating, to say the least. My Monday was very frustrating. I feel like I'm at a standstill with my medical situation, and I don't really know what to do from here. What item do I recommend upgrading as a level 1 demon hunter? Weapon blast in the cache. You definitely want to. Well, you want to try to get a dagger, so you can upgrade in the queue because you have a 50% chance of getting one of the good daggers. Technically speaking, Phantom Knives, the Brimstone Phantom Knives power is actually stronger than the Carlisle's point power, but either one would be a massive upgrade to your demon hunter. So you upgrade once, you get one or the other, and then you cube it, and then you go to town pretty much. You have to see your doctor out of the country. This is man, I'm like over it right now, man. I'm just over it. What's my condition? So I had a double hernia surgery 3 months ago, and I'm still feeling a lot of pain and things. The hernia itself is not like my body is not rejecting the hernia. So like that I know what those symptoms would be, but something isn't right. I'm still experiencing a lot of pain that I felt before I even had the surgeries. And now I have it with mesh, so the mesh just makes it feel even weirder than it did before I even had the surgery. But I'm experiencing what feels like nerve pain because I am getting pain that shoots through my back, tailbone areas, lower upper right leg, I guess you could say, and sometimes through my pelvis and stuff like that. It's just been real strange. But there hasn't been a time in the past 3 months where I have not been in pain, whether I'm on meds or not. Just herniate? No, I don't think it's that. Like, what I feel is definitely in the tailbone area. Ooh, that's actually kind of decent. But yeah, it feels like a sciatic nerve type thing. If I'm obviously not trying to self-diagnose myself, but like when I look up my symptoms or whatever, it feels like either scar tissue was forming around the hernia site and maybe pressing on the sciatic nerve, just causing consistent radiating type pain that goes through several parts of my body. But that's the closest thing I can really explain to it. Or it just maybe be something else other than the hernia that was the issue. So it could be a misdiagnosis on their end. Yeah, I find it hard to sit down for too long, like 5 or 10 minutes. I have a hard time standing up for too long because staying too. When that happens, the only relief I have is when I sit on my computer chair because I rigged it to where I'm sitting at a certain angle where I don't feel that pain consistently. But I can't take my computer chair everywhere, and I can't rig every situation to feel like this. So kind of can't really do much. Hernia, yeah. I had 2 hernias apparently. And Gweno hernias. There's Pig. Vernilla, what's going on? Hey, Dad, what's happening, man? Did I hear Rob Ferguson right in his most recent interview? He said, I think he said we will be able to take out our eternal characters into season 6. Doubt it. I highly doubt that. You can link me the article. I would love to read it, but I doubt that would be so not. No, I think we'll be able to take our eternal characters into the expansion. Like, you'll still keep your eternal characters in the expansion. Like you can use them in expansion, but you won't be able to play them in the season in the expansion because season 6 is dropping at the same time as the expansion. So you might have meant you can play your eternal characters in the expansion, but you won't be able to like start a season with an eternal character. Like, that would kind of defeat the whole purpose of a season. If you think it's sciatic, have you tried doing piriformis stretches and stuff like that? I have no idea what that is, Pig. So probably not. Oh, you have to do this surgery too? Well, you mean the disc? Well, which one, Hunter? Well, Diablo 5. I doubt it would be Diablo 5 about Mephisto. I don't know, honestly. We haven't heard much from Diablo in general, so maybe he'll make a comeback or something like that there. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Let me actually get up and walk around for a little bit. So, BRB. Actually, hold on. How quick question: is there a rogue build that can use penitent grease in their build? Kind of, but it's really not worth it. It makes you super glassy and very hard to cap. I won't say cap resistances. I guess it makes it a little easier. But it's not not worth it, King. I tried. I really tried. It's definitely not worth it. This season, that is. All right, be right back.
I imagined that the hero of prophecy would be more lively.
Okay. You've had both hernia and herniated disc. Wow. Okay. That sounds rough. But share stream. It is not chosen yet. Describe the meme of the day to me. It's not chosen yet. So 0 to 10. Ouch. Let me actually copy and paste what you just said. Let me copy that into something real quick so I can look at that later. Yep. It's weird because, of course, same thing here. Like, you would think there would be some suggestions or recommendations, you know, from health professionals. Nope. Daily exercise and stretching. I'll say it, but I might consider you like you said too much. Actually, so initially, I was actually told that like 7 to 8 weeks ago, and I used to actually get up like every 45 minutes to an hour and like walk around for like 10 minutes towards the earlier parts of my recovery, and then I actually started doing like, you know, like 2 or 3 mile walks a day. And I would like purposely go out and DoorDash a little bit just because, I mean, that's easy enough to, you know, get some sort of movement going on between sitting and standing and walking or whatever. But I think again too is one of those things where I asked about that. I was like, you know, can I work or am I able to sit at a desk or whatever? I was like, yeah, that shouldn't. Nurses were saying, and I asked, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. It's not going to make what you're doing worse, the situation worse. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like when I asked about it, they seem again kind of nonchalant and saying, no, you're fine, you can do that. If they said no, obviously it would have been a different story. But they were telling me that this was fine. Yeah. After about 5 weeks of doing that, like 5 or 6 weeks of being pretty diligent about walking and not, you know, trying to sit too much or whatever like that, not saying I didn't feel any better per se. My symptoms were still felt mostly the same. So I was just kind of like, all right, well, not saying I'm gonna stop completely, but I don't know if I don't know if there's a bigger problem than that, I guess. Just sitting is terrible for the human body. I agree. It's kind of funny because like when I like what I do for a living, generally I'm usually on my feet a lot of the time. I'm hardly ever sitting. I'll almost only sit whenever I stream. That's kind of usually it most of the time. And even then, I kind of have like interesting pillows prop me up where I'm like sitting at an angle and not like or slouching at an angle per se. go to the gym for a chair, but you're going to the gym for a lot of one. Yeah, but I'm also having a kind of a similar issue too. Lev, is that like I can't stand for too long either. Like if I stand still for like 5 minutes, then like I start to feel sore, and for whatever strange reason, my lower right back near my tailbone hurts, like pinching pain, almost like pinching pain almost. But it's like not just the tailbone itself. It's like the pain goes through the front of my body to the tailbone. So it's not like I feel pain at my back per se, but more so pain through the body to the back near the tailbone when I'm standing up straight, which is kind of weird. I'm like, what the hell is that? But it hurts. Now if I'm walking, it feels a little better, but if I stand still for too long, it hurts. If you're not getting much sleep, that's the hard part. Sometimes it's kind of hard to sleep unless I take drugs to sleep, which I've been on drugs for months. Over the counter Tylenol and ibuprofen drugs. Just want to put that out there. That kind of drugs. So it's like it's been bad for me to be on those for a long period of time. And relying on them to get some sleep, but I can't. The thing is that I still can't sleep on my side still too, so like certain positions I can't sleep in. I can't lay straight down, like straight horizontal yet still, without it, pulling on my pelvis and feeling like I'm gonna like rip my midsection out of my body. So sleeping has been a normal challenge. I fully support drugs. The more the better. You need better drugs. They definitely won't prescribe me any more oxycodone after the first 5 pills they sent me, or the first 5 days worth. That was kind of it. The Tylenol, ibuprofen don't really do much though, which is why a part of me feels like it might be more nerve related, because it's like, sure, I've been on it for a while, but it's like, generally speaking, like specific nerve pain, Tylenol and ibuprofen may not do much for. I still feel the massive discomfort when I sit for a little bit or stand for a little bit or do certain things. Matt, what was going on? Aleve? Isn't Aleve like just ibuprofen now? Just like Motrin is technically ibuprofen. I mean, I don't know. Like I'm like legit asking. I mean, I'll try Aleve. I've yet to try Aleve. Do I think Pinch Shot gonna be good next season? Hard to say. It just depends on what they do with the Eagle Horn and what they end up doing with Victimize, be passive. Like the final version, if they fix the bug that was in the PTR, then Pinch Shot will be really good still. If not, I mean, it just depends. I mean, what really made Pinch Shot like shine was definitely Victimize. The ability to be able to prop Victimize every shot, in a sense. So, you know, pin shot doesn't really do that well with precision. So, we'll see. Hey, bro, I got bullets to work in T16. I think Shadow Shot to be consistently faster, but Volato's disposal are nice. They were to see I was having issues with Shadow play. So, no video yet. Yeah. Were you like, is your bowler gear as good as your Hungry and Arrow gear? Like, because like if you're not one-shotting for bowlers, then obviously it's gonna feel a little slower. But you do need to have pretty decent gear on bowlers to do that. Unlike Hungry and Arrow, where it's like, because like Hungry and Arrow in general is just naturally stronger, it hits harder, right? Because the knife series is just a better multiplier by far. So in order to get bowlers to one shot like Hungry and Arrow does, then you have to kind of invest a little bit more into it. Does it have high lucky hit on to proc victimize? Yes, it does. Problem is that my thing is I don't know if victim, like the PTR, the victimizing on PTR was like the season 3 version, which meant that it was the opposite of everything double dipping. It means that a lot of things just didn't dip at all, like even single dip, or didn't work with it. So that's concerning because it's like, you know, I'm sure they know, but are they gonna fix it to where it works properly, not double dipping, not with most multipliers not working like in the PTR. But there was no information on the campfire, not campfire, but on the presentation that they showed us about them fixing it. So that has me concerned, and I'm waiting on the next patch notes to confirm whether or not Victimize is going to be dead for season 5 or not. So if they fix it, you know, then we're all good. If not, then, you know, Heartseeker and Pinshot are going to have to go to, you know, go different directions in terms of being built. I've already got ideas already for, you know, if Victimize doesn't get fixed. But it'll be nice if Victimize works the way it should, so I don't have to do that.
Fortune favors the bold.
It's almost identical. The quiver is actually better than the Hungry and Arrow. No, I'm talking about like your pants and your belt as well. As well as the Leonine. Do you have the Leonine as well? So there's the Leonine, the quiver, full of damage on your pants and also your belt. So like, I assume you have another Hunter's Wrath. I'll say belt, because you probably have it cubed. Yeah, belt, because it doesn't matter if you're doing, yeah. So yeah, belt and pants or whatever. Like those don't seem like they make a big difference, but they definitely kind of do. Yeah, I do agree with you. Obviously, on the fun factor, it is way more fun to watch. Volatile explosives. Also, Freezing Strike is pretty good too. If you haven't tried that, just for shits and giggles. Also, do you have a bracer with like, you know, fire damage? So like when you and also your amulet. So like you got to think about the elemental damage here, bowler damage here, Leonine, duffel, like it yeah. Again, it's one of those things where, unlike Hungry and Arrow, you kind of can't skimp on it. But it feels good once it's all together. I hope they do, because I honestly, that was my favorite rogue build. Oh, you mean Pinshot? Yeah. That goat pet is on Ivy Pro. Also red in real life and Gennaro. Romeo, I'll just call you Romeo. I appreciate the follow. So getting you guys set together at Paragon 500. Yeah, bro, sounds like my struggle. I remember.
Let's see what we can do. I am returning to town.
No way around it being slowed down.
My training has paid off.
So you gotta look at these other key passes to me because exposure momentum is just bad. Actually, so what they did that was pretty smart in season 5 was they I don't like that it's based around Dark Shroud, but I think what they were trying to do was really smart. What they did was they created a temper that allows you to get a ton of damage. I mean, it's a lot of additive damage. The dark, damage per Dark Shroud, it's a lot of additive damage, but it's enough damage to compete with tempering like a traditional like crit damage, or for precision, or crowd control, or close quarters combat. Like, it's actually somewhat competitive with those. So you can legit go with that allows you to pick up exposure as a key passive without feeling like you're gimping a lot of your damage. Or you can go momentum and then take the new aspect momentum, where it actually gives you like 20-30% more damage because when you have momentum up. So like those two key passive actually has uses next season as long as you go with damage per Dark Shroud route. So that was actually a pretty smart way of kind of, I'm gonna say solving the issue, but figuring out a way to kind of make using the other key passives, kind of work without actually, just buffing them. I mean, they did buff momentum a little bit, but like it was more than just some numbers tuning. I'll put it that way. So, but right now in season 4, obviously, yeah, it's bad. Both of those key passes are bad in season 4. All right, kiddo, get it going, man. 1203.
I need to go back.
How many keys I have left? 21. I had 60 when I started, I think. I don't need a rucksack, so we're good.
I need to go back.
So actually only what? Only 100 and something paragon I think I've I mean, I've only done like what 40 GRs I think tonight. Definitely not as efficient as I can be.
You look like you could use a see you soon. Ooh, my pack is full. Nice. Can I have it back? What a steal. Fortune face? I didn't even know I had that thing.
I felt some bomb holy point shots for a season that I'm never gonna play Impale on. I have a primal ancient Bariza with awareness and fortress. What skills should you run? Ambush, traps, coal, archery for the crit damage since you crit a lot. Also, congrats on your Bariza. What class is this? Demon Hunter. Actually, how much Diablo 3 did you play, Juggernaut, before? Or did you play Diablo 3 actually, or no? This guy just worse. Maverick OG, what's going on? Bro, I've been away for a while. You get on D4? No. Nope. Just it's really late in D4 season, so So next season of D4 comes out in about 2 weeks. And D3 just brought back Ethereal season last week. So it's like, oh, well, I got some downtime, nothing going on in D4 until next season. Might as well play some D3. In season 3. Typo. I see. Yeah, I had a really late start this season though, so because I was in California when the season dropped, and during the weekend, so having to play a little catch up. But the goals are still the same though. I'm not like trying to go for any rank 1 spots like I normally would. At the moment, it's just trying to hit a couple of 150s on different sets, and that's kind of it. But it's gonna require some good gear for it though. Good gear, fishing, all that stuff. So I'm still in the process of leveling gems and paragoning up a bit. So I got a while. Warlug, what's happening, man? So you're running strafe multi-shot century? Probably won't play Spiritborn out of the gate like everyone else. Oh, really? I kind of thought the same thing until I actually played the Spiritborn. And now I think I'm probably going to start with Spiritborn. I see you didn't have a plane trouble getting home. Actually, Warlug, my flight actually had to stop in Texas for gas, for Dallas, like Dallas, Texas for gas, or for plane fuel or whatever. It's funny. So it took like another like 2 hours, two and a half hours longer than it would have, because apparently it was like, oh yeah, by the way, we need some more fuel, and we're just like, oh, okay, we're just gonna stop halfway across the U.S. just to get some fuel. Of course, only me, Warlug, only me, man. How was D3? I haven't played in a bit. D3's in a really good spot. In general. Obviously, it's an older game, so it's like it doesn't really have much of an audience. But when a new season drops and it's a good season, people come back and play. Like what I'm doing now. Gets you to your destination better with fuel. I guess so, but it just seems really awkward that you didn't. Did you just not know you didn't have enough fuel? Like how does that work? I mean, I'm not a professional car driver, but I can definitely tell how much fuel I need to go from point A to point B usually. You know, and we're talking about, you know, people who do this, you know, who fly planes and prepare planes and stuff, you know, prepare flights and stuff for a living. So I guess would assume that you know, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it just sounds like something you would just naturally think, oh, do I have enough resources to make it from point A to point B? Seems like a real thing you should probably think about, you know. I don't know. It's just, you know, it's different running out of fuel in the car, you know, rather than running out of fuel in midair, right? Like that's that's something you'd be a little bit more cautious about, right? But you know what I'm saying? Like it's just it's I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm glad they did stop in Texas because, you know, needed the fuel to make it home. So they used to film all the way for the weight, probably mixed it up on the list and having another plane way too much. I guess my thing is, I mean, I'm not saying these things don't happen, but I guess for the price point that these flights cost, like you just expect these to be more them to be a little bit more anal about situations like this, right? Especially since you're in the air as well. Now, if flights cost, you know, if the flight was like, oh, you know, maybe like $150 from like Cali to the East Coast or whatever, then it's like, okay, maybe that's one thing, you know. But like if a flight that is worth, you know, almost $700-800 plane ticket, I kind of, you know, I have expectations. You know what I'm saying? Like I have expectations for the amount of money I'm spending. I'm just saying. I think anyone would feel that way in a sense, right? That's all. Like I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, if y'all gonna have these more common, somewhat, you know, common issues ish, then maybe a couple $100 of my flight should be knocked off or whatever. Because hell, I could have been late for a layover and missed another flight because of something like that. You know what I'm saying? And like that ain't cool. Yeah, I could talk about air travel like an entire stream. What I really think about it. You heard you don't like to crash in planes, so we're gonna get some fuel on it down. Well, my first plane on the way to Cali, obviously the engines weren't working correctly, so of course we had to get out the plane for that. That was obviously frustrating, but damn, bro, they fly you out in spirit? No. It was American Airlines, actually. Thankfully, I didn't have to pay for my flight at all because it was like a full expense paid trip or whatever. But I'd be a little bit more irked, obviously, if I had to pay money for my experiences I had on, you know, dealing with planes that entire weekend. You almost became spirit. Oh, what? I don't even have a comment for that. That was a good one. Speaking of which, Electro One, I gotta get those songs to get together. Get them edited together for, like, you know, intro stream stuff. I've been saying I was gonna do it, and then I get sidetracked. Usually it is with important things, but sidetracked nonetheless. When everyone is wrong, is there anyone right? Oh, I got shielded the entire time. Watching the Spirit player now to do an emergency landing in LA because different wheels are were jacked up. Wait, they had to land, they had to do emergency landing because the front wheels were jacked up? I don't know much about planes at all. So like, how does the front wheels affect the plane in general? Like, well, I guess while I was in the air, like if you had to land because the wheel was jacked up, why not just land at your destination? Because unless something about the front wheels messes up the flight or the aerodynamics or whatnot. Like if you're gonna have issues landing, why not have issues landing where you were gonna land in the first place? They were stuck. Oh, well, okay. That yeah, that's some important detail you you left out there, D. You probably should have led with that. They were sideways. They caught on fire. Okay, yeah. Now that makes more sense. We should have led with that story. All right, that makes a lot more sense. Oh, they land. No, when they landed, they caught on fire. Oh, caught on fire landing. Oh, weird. Only got 3 of 3 so far playing hardcore. I've actually gotten plenty of ethereals. I think I've only seen a Barrage twice. So Barrage seems to be more of a weighted drop, as in like they're weighted to drop less often than the others. That's definitely what it feels like because I see a lot more of the other two. Especially repeating. probably go this way. Don't mind the clunky here. What is next? Probably Stricken, right? I need a level. And I can start leveling other gems for augments while I'm still trying to get some more screams. High pursuit or tactical advantage? More often tactical advantage. Okay, that'll work as a helm. This is better than all my other helms, yeah. She's in preparation for the hatred running hot pursuit at the moment. Yeah, I mean you'll have tactical advantage up almost all the time anyway, so like that would be a better boost if you don't do both. That is. God, that hurt. What? Yeah, what killed me? It didn't even tell me what killed me. There's no spinners or anything. Interesting. That was really weird that I died to whatever that was I died to.
Good to see you. I may be able to help you. I am returning to town.
Where's the blue at? Guess I killed it. It's like, where they lead at? So I just died out of the middle of nowhere because like that's kind of what it felt like. Right after the Nephilim globe explode. That was interesting. I was just like usually I know what I get hit to or die to, especially in D3, but I was definitely kind of clueless on that one. Yo, where the elites at? Bro, where the elites? Yeah, I went all this way and not a single this entire floor. Not a single elite. He just like slammed his axe on me, I think. Jug.
My pack is full. I'm here to help. I need to go back.
I think I might just stick to the 118s. Not that 120s aren't. I think it gets too close to the 2.5 minute mark. And right now, for the time allotted, that's just not good.
Fortune favor. I didn't even know I had that thing. You look like you could maybe you can find a use for that.
Also could upgrade gear, upgrade my gems and stuff like that.
Fortune favor. See you soon.
That was close. Is it hard from the melee weapon was on cooldown? Yeah. For sure I got smacked by that shaman dude. The 2 seconds I didn't have vengeance. Yeah. Yeah. I guess, you know, eventually need better gear. I can close that gap, but anything with better gear on my enchantress, get better cooldown reduction there too. Or better stats for better cooldown reduction. That was 2.5?
Let's see the gem.
I
I need to go back.
maybe I should play the way I was playing before.
My training has paid off.
New song about the flame trigger disc. Nice. Spiritborn Field. That's another key. And that's 3 screens in like the past like 10 minutes. I'll take that.
I am returning to town.
I'm so glad you got into DH6 to me. Yeah, especially this season. Well, this season especially, GoD6 is extremely good with ethereals. Not bad.
Hello. I need to go back. I have more control now.
Hmm. Probably should see and that. Sorry, there's some bad messages I had to answer. I didn't even know how to. That's my ringer on. That's weird. Yeah, so far no upgrades this stream though. Yeah. No substantial upgrades on like any pieces. Not good for how early in the farming stuff I'm in. Jay Little, appreciate the follow.
You look like you could use a new item. Indeterminate.
Should I continue to keep? Yeah, I should
Don't forget,
continue to keep gambling for Quivers.
I can't carry any more. Fortune favors. You come back again. You look like you could use it. Too bad.
Two, three. It's Sneak Thief, appreciate the follow. When do you think D4 is going to implement set items? Probably the expansion. There's a lot we don't really know about the expansion because they haven't really revealed much. But I would assume it's the expansion. Win Jay, what's happening, man? I'm not really excited about set items just because I didn't really like them in Diablo 3. Considering that they took like half your build and kind of told you what to do. But if they could smartly do it where you don't just get this huge power creep because you have a completed set, but more so augment your stuff like, you know, Captain Crimson or All Guilds or something like that. I'm okay with sets like that, but Blood Master, what's going on, man? Another key, nice. I think eventually I'm pretty low on GR keys now. 7 left, yeah. Guess when I do that, I'll try to work on the altar a little bit. Just I've kind of been slacking off on that. Altar, upgrade some pieces of gear. It was better for Primal Farmer, GRs, or Visions. I'd probably say Visions. You know, unless you're doing like a minute and 30-second GRs roughly, then maybe GRs are kind of close. But I would say if you can find Visions consistently, then Visions. How many items do I have in this build? 0 at the moment. I'm still on baby stages of my gear. Yeah, no augments at all. Like, not even full gem, not even upgraded in like regular gems. But yeah, no augments.
Good to see you.
How you doing damage in the trillions? I mean, the augments don't give you that much. I mean, it helps, don't get me wrong, but like, you know, you don't just go from doing millions to trillions because of augments. But keep in mind, GoD6 with Bariza and Ethereal is just very strong. So. Where they at least at though, bruh? Where is he? I do need to start augmenting pretty soon. I also need to get some more regular gems. So need to find another broken crown because I keep salvaging the one that I always find. Merlins, what's going on? Is it already 120 with no augments? Yeah. Can't wait to actually get my like, you know, better Bariza and, you know, some other stuff. Freaking, he's against the wall. Is Ethereal Bow ever rolling flat damage? No. I mean, it all the stats you see on it is what it rolls all the time. So, but that cold damage though does have a range to it though. Like this one's kind of in the middle of the road.
I'm overburdened.
None of these are important, except for that one. Let's do that.
Yes. We need to go back.
Yeah, once I got my stuff and I'm actually geared up, you know, better than what I am right now. Yeah, probably like some 123, 124 is probably the same speed roughly. I get the setup I really want. Oh, nice. Actually, just got this here. This works. Although technically, what I have on now is actually a little better. For GoD6 that is, just because I don't really need the crit chance, but this is good for the other stuff. Every other set but GoD6. Like godlike, so good there. I haven't better focused anywhere. I don't. Gotten decent restraints, but no good focuses. No, I didn't mean to salvage that. I wanted to keep the broken crown. Yours crown. I didn't mean to salvage the broken crown. Oh well.
Fortune favors. Ooh, that's nice. My pack is full. You look like you could. Well, isn't that nice? Fortune favors. Ooh, that's nice. I cannot afford that. Can I have it back?
How long that take? Not too long. So I guess we're not gonna when jamming. Ignis, what's going on? Oh, then admit this is GoD6. You know what this is. I didn't make like a planner or anything for it. No, I don't even have the full setup yet. Already, all my pieces they like everywhere I want. I'm using a pretty scuffed Guardians thing, so. How many keys I got left? Like 4? Okay. Yeah, I don't have any augments either. This is literally just vanilla gear setup. I need more primal so I can finish up my altar stuff and craft me a good Bariza. Like one with actual like passives and stuff I want on there. There are some people listening keyboard in public games. I don't know. That's a good question. No idea. Maybe they're trying to finish up the altar for the ancient ancient hellfire or something like that. So maybe they're just trying to get those machines. I'm trying to do 115. Curiosity. This makes sense that you did on public games. Oh, I mean, I agree. That's the only explanation I can think of. Zay's better than Trap. This it's kind of hard to say because I mean, now that you freeze, you have more opportunities to proc Trap without having to run straight directly through them to do it, like you normally would have to. I'd probably say they're probably both on par, but I still prefer Zay's because Juggernaut.
Let's see what we can do. I need to go back.
What class is this? You mean the Demon Hunter? Century damage.
Fortune favors the bold.
I need some ancient boots. I'm gonna start gambling boots.
I can't carry any more.
Rivers all the time.
Fortune favors the bold.
Actually, no, boots don't get the double legendary, do they? Like boots and some other slot doesn't get the double legendary thing. Belts.
You look like you could use
Let me not do that. Yep,
too expensive.
I'm right. It's silly that they never fixed that. 2 more keys left. Yeah, playing. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. This is Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunter. which is what the rogue is loosely based off of, kind of, a little bit. Um, Just directly knock on your apartment door at bloody 8 a.m., 8 p.m. Didn't you answer? I don't know. 900 years old. Wow. Ready to blast in 2 more weeks. Yeah. I mean, in the meantime, I'm having fun playing D3, so I don't mind the wait a little bit, I guess.
I'm skilled at clarifying gems. I need to go back.
You just playing some X-Press right now, just waiting for season 5. Passionates are gonna be really interesting. Can't even really like dive into like builds or potential builds or whatever until I see Passionates. But so much is gonna change with the old uniques and stuff. This is my last GR key, and I gotta do other stuff. You know, I'll be out of keys. We try to go for that Hellfire Amulet, maybe. Ancient Hellfire Amulet. Wish they gave the alternate non-season instead of just making us do it every season. It'd be okay to play non-season if the altar is there. I actually didn't realize altar was not in non-season. I thought since it was a permanent edition that it would be both. I had no idea.
I'm here to help. I am returning to town.
I guess it's the same thing. Shut out key down because I just have a little bit more decks. Barely, but it does. Oh, actually, it's not ancient, but hold on to it.
Fortune favors the bold. Don't forget, luck always My pack is full. Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Siphoning strikes. Was siphoning strikes always lucky hit skill? No. It used to not be a lucky hit skill, and it was 100%. Blizzard thought it was OP, so they nerfed it, and then they kept buffing it little by little. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Put. What's my key? 11, 12 keys, 12 scope. Okay. Not bad. Want some hot chocolate? You don't remember this woman? I mean, I don't know if I'll turn out some free hot chocolate though. I mean, I don't know. Then again, I mean, if you've never seen it before, I guess that is a problem. But I mean, I kind of want some hot chocolate now that now that you mentioned it. How OP was not like Undying Aspect. It was actually I would consider it better than Undying Aspect actually back in the day. It was very strong. I'll put it that way. Uh-oh. What happened to my other machine at? There you go. Okay, so I guess we'll do some puzzle rings in between. But it's like 90 degrees outside. Well, it's like 8 o'clock p.m., right? So aren't you inside because you're watching the stream? I would assume. Or what? Yeah, I turn the AC on. Drink the hot chocolate, man. That sounds good to me. If there is a random, yes, they are. Yeah, they are. And the one that you want, which is usually like the Bariza, I guess more so, is the most rare. Like repeating crossbow, like the repeating crossbow, you'll see a lot, but Barizas you'll see very little of. With the hydro bow being like right in the middle, or wind forest, however you want to call it.
Need more time.
Oh yeah, I mean Undying is good, but I'm just saying like pre-nerf Siphoning Strike was even better.
Need more time. I need to go back.
Yeah, set the final good Doomslinger at the 2K paragon. Get a good Fortress Bariza on your 5th drop. Nice. Mine's pretty mediocre. Definitely not one I would use to push. But it's better than anything else I got. So I was like, alright. This is your Morgan Freeman feel good stream. I know you can reforge them, right? Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, by the way, Evan the Pig was looking for you. He was saying that you were late. You were late for your shift. His mom had to pick him up. I barely got home on an afternoon trip. It was draining but fun. Oh, from Vegas, right?
Need more time. I need to go back.
Alright, let's see if we can amulet. Two. Yay, ancient. That's actually a lot faster than I was expecting. Usually it does not work that way. Let's try to go grab. Yeah. So I can pick up that since I haven't done that yet. Oh, I gotta go do that set thing. I don't feel like doing that. I do have all the gear for it, but I still don't feel like doing it. So Team USA kinda sucks. Wait, which one? For which events?
Fortune favor. That is too expensive. Even know I had that thing.
Sorry, sweetie, you must my chocolate. I was like, oh no. And she was like, oh, well, I put marshmallows in. I actually really don't care for marshmallows in my hot chocolate, to be honest. So that would have been an instant no for me. How do I want to do this? Let's see. I guess we can. I guess we can. Go all the sets, I think. That's just killing you, son. It'll be a while before I actually organize it. I'm in no mood. It's been a rough day today. Alright. There we go. You're not properly garbed to read this tome. Alright, we'll fix that. See, the first one would be what? Marauder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next one would be Shadow. 1, 2, 3, 5. Got Yui. So 1, 2, 5, and then you actually didn't say mini NAS pieces. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, yeah. I guess I can at least go ahead and get these 3 out the way. Oh, I didn't. Crap. I just did two UE chests. Let's do shoulder. So 1, 2, 3, 5. Grab that one. 2, 5. Grab that one. Put back on the guide. I don't have the rest of anything else, so
I need to go back.
remember to save Nat's pieces, I guess. So put back on this before I accidentally do something. Marauder. Shadow. I sure don't have any more Nat stuff. Just those 3 pieces. I'm about to find 2 more. Yep, and that is it. That is all I got. Yeah. Of course, GoD6 doesn't work. Inventory. All right. Well, what's the next thing? Should also get some to drink. That's what I should do. Get up, walk around, stretch, get some to drink. Come back. She's really creepy. Listen, just did 100% of alter the rights. It still feels good. I'm probably not gonna do that because I don't really feel like farming for the staff. So that's a no for me, most likely. Actually, before I get something, let me see if I can re-roll this, reforge this, and see if I can get something good. Any masks do I have? I guess we can make in a couple attempts. It's actually still on the lower end. That's terrible passes and stuff. And actually, I think the other one I had would have been an upgrade. I probably should have kept that over there. Just still would have been an upgrade. Still an upgrade over what I currently have. Now I'm gonna keep going until I get like an upgrade. Slight upgrade. This is slightly better than what I got. Also has a Fortress Ballista passive on it. Sure, I guess. Well, just reforge this one. So Tactical Advantage is actually a better passive too. I should have really kept that other one that was like good damage but terrible passives. 'Cause at least that would have been better for farming. I don't know why I didn't do that. I feel bad. Now I'm wasting mass. Ballistics. There's more damage, but whatever. All right. You get a slight upgrade, I guess, but I don't think it was worth the amount of mass I put into it. I don't have enough primordial ashes to like do that right now, so I guess we'll have to just deal with that. You know what is good though? This. That rode really well for what will be my UE build. Like and the passive and the Fortress Ballista for the setup. Like this rode well. So I'm happy about that. Breeze is hard though. Just happens to pain. Yeah. Do ancients on followers count for LOD? No. Nope. But yeah, two passes that do nothing. All right, let me go get grab something to drink. I'll be right back. We'll figure out the rest. What we're gonna do. Okay. Get your freak on. Okay. Let's do puzzle rings. This is I'm already in my whatchamacallit. I just need to look out for Nat's pieces. I can finish the altar.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I don't know why I did that. That was a nice series to drop from. Oh, nice. Good luck on the rose, sir. Robbery was up. Was wondering when you could start playing this build. Oh, you mean like me? Like, yeah. It took me a bit before I was able to get it up and running. No, I'm just trying to go through my stuff and get my gems right. Roll primal fixes stay primal, right? Yeah, they stay primal. They just roll differently. So you just like you re-roll the whole thing basically. Oh, rerolled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like reforged. I'm sorry. Yeah. It says primal. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. You can yeah, whatever you reroll for an affix also stays primal. My bad.
I am returning to town.
Try and bless a shield all of this time around, always Shadow Impel. Well, there's no reason to do Shadow Impel this season because there's no ethereal for Shadow, so yeah. I mean, picking up all this extra stuff. It's chests that I want to touch and open. It's slowing me down.
I am returning to town.
So I gotta get a passive, and it's on a repeating crossbow. None of these are shadow. Not shadow, I mean gnats. Let's do this one. don't know what I should really use the death breaths on now. I don't really have a need for death breaths now. Yeah, you missed the speed of D3. It is quite zoomy in D4 too. Not this zoomy, but I actually kind of wish D4 was a little slower, and that probably is the opposite of what most people would think. But I'd rather for D3 to have a more methodical combat per se versus just kind of mass AoE the screen once and everything dies type ordeal. I guess I don't mind in D3 because D3 was mostly almost always like that, but it would give a contrast between the two different games. Whereas, like, you know, I could play one for one reason and the other for the other in a sense. Hey, gym goblins. Usually I'm never really happy to get gym goblins, but I really do want gym goblins for now. Why can't I change my whatchamacallit? Oh, it's because I'm in the thing. See?
Not ready yet. I am returning to town. That will be of use.
Okay. Why did chest fall on it like that? You know, like we can actually continue to keep closing the chest on this body, and the animation is actually really quite gruesome and satisfying. I'll show you next time I do it. Should be in like 4 or 5 minutes. They said, man, like, where do you at least at? Raw was pretty good. I'm still out of the loop. I don't know who's like still doing anything. Is the Undertaker still do anything, or has he like retired? Can this build do 150? Well, this is a speed build. But GoD6 in general can do 150 with enough paragon, and really good augments, and really good legendary gem levels. Yeah. I mean every Demon Hunter set can do 150, except for maybe Impale. Although I think Impale probably could, even though it doesn't have an ethereal, but you're talking about like 5,000-6,000 paragon for it maybe. Undertaker's 59 years old. Yeah, I mean that's how far out of the loop I am. Alright, so sell kit, and I'll show you. Let me show you some stuff real quick. As I salvage these things. And gamble.
Come back again. My pack is full. Fortune favor. Well, even that's nice.
Alright, so we'll pick up another ring. Yes, gem gobs. I don't know why I get so excited about that right now. More gem gobs, please. Gelagnus. Alright, so you ready for this? So the chest drops on him, right? So now I open the chest, right? Can you see him? So I can literally just keep yeah. It's actually animated quite well. Whoever decided that this was a fun thing to do, like really had a lot of fun doing this or creating this. But yes. You can, yeah. Bro got more jiggly physics than your model, boob. Yeah, and yeah, that is that. When they first introduced this or whatnot, trust me, we all participated in the closing of the lid because it was funny at the time. Really want to do some Great Nightmares. I need to. I got like 12 keys. Start augmenting.
I am returning to town.
Give me some gym grabs. And that's of the real sorry from over. I think that's probably my last puzzle ring. I gotta see if that Nask glove is. I don't already have a Nask glove. Actually, you know what I could do though? I know what I could do to go ahead and get the altar going. I can just convert set pieces.
Fortune favored. That's nice. I can't carry any more. You look like you could use you soon.
Yeah, let's do that. So take that and that. Okay. Where am I going? Where am I going? Dark side's okay, just not dash easy. What's up? What's up, Devoody? What's happening, man? Seraph, what's going on? Am I gonna try PoE next week? Nah. I like the game a lot. I just don't. I like the game for what it is. I don't like the combat. Combat's just not. I just don't like the combat. I just put it that way. So despite all the new stuff coming and how, you know, they got a lot going for it, right? Like PoE's massive and does a lot of things really well. But man, if the combat was like a little more crisp and polished, like PoE 2 is gonna be, which is I'm super excited about that. Like to play PoE 2. There we go. Okay, so now we can do the altar, the thing. There we go. So There we go.
I am returning to town.
Yeah, she's just showering with socks on. That sounds horrible, man. Which route am I gonna go? Increase boss damage. Dodge chance. I'm nowhere near enough of that. Okay. I mean, I got almost everything I want, but I guess we'll start with this. What am I pushing this time around? It'll be GoD6, UE, and Marauders. At least that's the plan. We'll see if I have enough time to do them all. But since I started so late because I was in Cali the weekend that the season launched, then I don't know how much I'll be able to get through, but we'll see. I got like about a week, so. So I only got, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I got this and these two. And in order for me to get these two, I would have to get the Staff of Herding. I'm not going to do that. So I only care about this and this. And then we're Gucci. You was in Cali in season launch too? Yeah, I actually plan on doing a no-gen Marauder multi-shot setup, so I'm actually kind of excited about that. Making that happen. I kind of want to do some Echohack Nightmares. And I think after I do these, I'll kind of call it for the night because I need to go get some food. Oh, you live there? Okay. I guess that, yeah, well, never mind. No weapon. No generator. Basically, it'll be 100% multi-shot spam. No. I don't think any cheat deaths proc though. Where's the goblin shrine? There it is. Okay, now I can die or get overwhelmed in peace. Appreciate the follow. Some mats. Plans still. Staff, but not the staff I care for.
I am returning to town.
That's fine, we're fine. I really hate this layout. Any layout that's not an open layout. Never gonna have new season D3? No. Nope, it's all maintenance mode. So basically all they're doing is rehashing old seasons in rotation, which is fine. Because they're, you know, a pretty decent amount of good seasons for them to rotate to where it doesn't feel old. Like they got about 5 years worth of seasons they can rotate and not go through a single good one a third time. So, yeah, so that's fine. I like Ethereal, so I'm totally fine with playing this season again. Plus now, you know, playing some seasons with, you know, different buffs and whatever, with class changes that didn't exist at the time of that season, kind of makes it a little fresh too sometimes. Micah, what's going on? Alright, give me the goblin shrine. Where are you at? Where are you bees? There you are. Yeah.
I'm overburdened.
Definitely want that. I want this. Care for any of these. A lot of gold actually I got so far. Starting power next time I play Chamara. Is it only 2? There we go. Nice and open. Is this the best way to get Royal Ring at 1 bounties? Yes. Does it matter what level you do? Yes. T16 has the highest level of getting of dropping it, highest chance of dropping it. But you have to be careful because obviously, you know, if you can't farm T16, then you're just kind of wasting your time. I don't say wasting your time, but like, you know, you have to lower the difficulty. Did I push multi-shot yet? No. I'm barely 1200 paragon. I'm probably not gonna really be able to push multi-shot the way I want to until like somewhere around 16, like 17, 1800 paragon, maybe. Even then, that's probably too low. Yeah, I don't even have my GoD6 gear like set for the farming part of things. Yeah, well, all my pushing will come like later this week. We're talking about like Friday, Saturday-ish type thing. If I continue to play at the pace that I'm playing. Goblin Shrine, where you is? There you are.
Need more time.
They did season classes D4. Pour the plow then for like season 7. That'd be a lot of work. Being able to create a class in general, or import a class or create a class in the game takes a lot of time. They would need much more than 3 months to be able to do that. And make sure it's all bug fixed, you know, and did it, all the interactions work the way they do. Like it'll be way. I can't imagine they actually be able to actually have the time to do something like that. I mean, at that point, we'd be looking at 1 year seasons probably. They have the time to have the time to actually do something like that.
Fortune favors the I can't carry any more.
I mean, it'd be neat, but yeah, it just wouldn't be possible. What's my Yui quiver look like? That's the best I got. This is probably this is actually pretty good, even though it's non-ancient. Oh, I already got a good one. All right, well, I guess we'll still hold on to it. Maybe it happens once a year for. Oh, you mean like once a year? Yeah, I just wonder how they would have time to do that and continue to develop expansions at the same time. I don't know. Like it would. Like I said, it's a very I wouldn't be opposed to it. You know, just are all the rewards this season recycles from previous seasons? Yeah, I think. Or are there new rewards? I'm not quite sure, honestly. I don't ever really do all the seasonal journey stuff anyway, so I usually don't ever know these things. I said, this is bad. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't think there's enough manpower in the world to make it happen. That's all. So good idea, just not enough people and systems to make it happen. Especially for something for just a season. Like if you do it for like just one season, what do you do with the class after that? Like or is it like in rotation or something? Kind of thing. Do they rotate? And then, you know, Paladin comes back, you know, 2 years from now or something, you know, after being introduced in rotation kind of thing. Those would be the questions I would have, right? But yeah. If anything, I'd like to see like seasonal paragon boards or a seasonal glyph. Things we can do more with end game. Kind of spice things up a little. So we're not building the paragon boards the same exact way all the time. Brando, what's going on? Stretch? I got you. Let me push this up. I think we're good. Die now. There we go. Oh, nice. I got a lot of gems on that one. Yes, that's because there was a gem hoarder. Gem hoarder is goated right now. Early game. Early mid game. Just thinking to be like away from the test as they're fully building it out on the background possibly. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I can see the business side of it being like hell nah to that. Because it's like you're playing new classes for free, quote unquote, technically. And the marketing team would be like, nah, we're not gonna let you get a taste of a class that might be a thing in the future for free. You got a solution for that? As part of the premium battle pass. So you'll have a lot of pay to win complaints at that point. But then again, at the same time, I mean, you generally would pay for a class anyway, right? So either way you'll be paying. You'll either just be doing it through a battle pass or a character pack, right? So I guess it'll be the same thing, just in a different way. So yeah, I mean, I guess that could work. I think the only other thing I could see as a complaint would be, what if they want to play the class like right at the start? Like, because then at that point, if you have a battle pass, right, then they have to actually level the battle pass with a different class. I mean, again, I personally wouldn't have an issue with it, but I can see those that might want to play the class at the get-go. They may not want to grind on a different class to play the class. But hey, it's seasonal, so yeah, sure. If on D4 you don't get the expansion pack, can you still play with people who do buy it? You can. You just don't get the new class or anything in the new region, so you won't be able to do activities with your friends in the new region because you wouldn't have the expansion. Vanilla. York's crown. I wonder if non-expansion players will have no hell tie available if it's on rotation in an expansion region. That's a good question. I don't know. It's a very good question. Or will they have his own rotation? Well, I guess they really can't, because if you're playing with other people, yeah. I don't know. That's a very good question. I have no. I don't even know. But what up, Decoy? These air mobs or whatever, making this go way slower than it needs to be. Flying mobs. Did I just say air mobs? I said air mobs, didn't I? Air mobs. Cheat death already. Yeah, the flying mobs are making this take way longer than this shit, man. I need to just come on down and try to kill me, man. Don't be linking up in the air. Come on, Goblin Shrine. Bet. There you go. Gem hoarder, yay! For gems, please. Or gems. Two doom slingers. In the words of the great RDGA, what do you mean, you people? Dude, both of these are terrible too. It's alright. That makes for really good Forgotten Souls and Greater Keys.
Fortune favors you soon. My pack is full. You look like you could. Well, isn't that nice?
Okay, I went through half of my Echo and Nightmare keys.
Fortune favors you soon.
Half more to go.
You look like you could. I can't carry any more. Can I have it?
Primal Breezer and Primal Satchel. Unfortunate about the. Oh, you mean like the Ethereal Bariza and Satchel? I wonder what the odds of that happening is. Like both of those specific items dropping Primal like that. That, yeah, at the same time. Okay, no flying mobs, it looks like. I see kill semi quick. Already procced. Goblin Shrine, win. There you are. Okay. Oh, you got the shield passive? Nice. What was your power? Two-handed mighty weapon. Nice soccer. Oof. All right. Well, I mean, you got at least you got the Fortress Ballista one. That's big. Question about the altar set pages. One, did I have to be from the same class? I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. They do? Okay. I've only done it with Demon Hunters, so like I don't even know if you could have cross-class that. Going by so slow. There it is. Almost didn't even hear it. No. Aw. Wait, I didn't kill any of the what? That was not good. Legit. That was so let me not do it that way again. I can do it. A realm flush? What's going on, man? You guys remember when Echoing Nightmares was like the XP meta at one time? It was quite awful of a grind the entire season to be literally in this area the entire time. Oof, that hurt. Did that. Okay. Those gems looking pretty good right now.
I'm overburdened. You look like you could use a new item. See you soon. I can't carry any more.
While I was playing God is Born, you played multi-shot. I push with multi-shot and stuff like that, but in terms of speed farming, God just makes, or God 6 just makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I do wish multi-shot was a bit stronger for speeds or whatever, or a little bit more efficient for speeds. I totally would do that. I gotta sacrifice one of these for it. It's fine. Yes. Sacrifice any augmented weapon. Actually, because I have a couple of weapons I'm just not doing anything with. There's one. Augment should be the last. Yeah, alright, so I guess I'm gonna have to, I can't cheap my way out of it like I would like. I would need a 50+ gem for it. But what am I missing again? What is it that I don't have? It's like 5% dodge. Yeah, I can wait for that. Yeah, I guess I can wait for it. You say Paragon GD 120 and 2.5 minutes average with multi. You mean multi-shot? Multi-shoot. Multi-shot, yeah. Are you doing like are you doing UE multi-shot or are you doing Marauder multi-shot? And are you augmented? Because I don't have any augments at all, and this is like like my gear is pretty bare bones. But yeah, UE, okay. That's not bad though. That's not bad. Are you augmented though? Do you have any augments on your gear? Yeah, 120 and 2.5 with the multi shots actually not bad. Well, augments, okay, yeah, that definitely makes a difference then for sure. Like, I do the 120s in about that same time frame on my GoD6. I have no augments at all. I have no augments at all, and I have like not even like good emeralds in my gear. The difference is just quite big. But I mean, like I said, 120 in 2.5 minutes is not bad. For UE. Yeah, no, I can't play another season of guy. I get you. Have you tried to do Marauder multi-shot? For speeds or whatever? Like a no-gen Marauder multi-shot is that I think is actually would be pretty decent for speeds. How important is Master Secondary on GoD6 armor? Not important at all. It's GoD6. You don't care about discipline on GoD6. You just keep worrying. No, man, you're good. You're good. You are good, sir. Eek, that hurt. And pop the Condi. But yeah, Falsh. Yeah, multi-shot UE is like my favorite set in the game, period. Favorite build, favorite set. Yeah, where's that goblin shrine? Or did I miss it? Did I miss it? Yeah, it hasn't spawned. Yeah, I must have missed it. Ain't no way, like, it went that long without it appearing. Shame. That sucks. Alright, two more keys. San Giacomo, what's going on? Usually I see you on the YouTube. Came over to Twitch. Time to use a Condi. Let's go ahead and get the power while I'm at it. Getting up this area faster than usual. Alright, where is a goblin? Alright, there we go. No, I ran out of Condi power for some of the gobs. I don't think I got all. I don't think I got all the gobs. I got most. Such a late Condi spawn. I watch all that I can on YouTube, rest on Twitch, just prefer no ass. That makes sense. Which tier GRs have been speeding with this? Like 120s in about 2-ish minutes, a little over 2 minutes. But I don't have any augments or anything, so it's like pretty bare bones. It's gonna be pretty beastly once I actually get stuff for it. That's the fastest way to get greater of keys now. Technically speaking, it's still rifts, but considering that you can get bounty mats and keys by doing visions, then people just kind of prefer to do visions. And you also get more legendaries in the visions too. So like, yeah, so visions are definitely the more popular choice for multiple things. But like if you just want to get keys, like if keys is the only thing you want, then the fastest way is still regular rifts. Is the set on your bracers and helm that have your sheet damage so high? The Guardian set, yes. I don't think my sheet damage is really that high, considering that I have low value gem emeralds in my gear, and no augments, so I think it's decent, but not not good yet. The next time I play tomorrow up like that, when I actually decide to augment some of my GoD6 pieces, now that I got gems and whispers to do it, it's gonna look real good. It's gonna look real good. Go ahead and grab this. Grab this too. You're the more important one. We're done.
I'm overburdened.
All right. I think it was a pretty decent night. I didn't really get much Paragon though. I think it was only gained like about 200 and something Paragon. But I was doing a couple of different things too, so I wasn't just grinding Paragon. Well, that was a broken crown, wasn't it? I was meaning to save one. Keep salvaging them every time I see him. At me.
You look like you could use
What?
a new sim. My pack is full.
So for next stream we'll put on our upgrades because we do have a couple of upgrades. We'll enchant them and augment some pieces that we already got.
You could use a new. Wow, isn't that I can't carry any more.
And go back to GR farming to continue to keep trying to get more augments.
Favors the bold.
And then pretty soon, at least towards the latter part of the week, I'll be able to like start pushing with at least one set. Most likely Marauders, because that's gonna get me the fastest 150, I guess, out of all the sets I want to do. GoD6 and UE is gonna take a bit more time for that, and a little bit more Paragon for it. But I think Marauder, I can get it done on around 1600 Paragon with a good map and good augs. Cypher, what's going on? Is that WoW D3? It's ethereal season. It's a good season to play. Yeah, but yeah, I got a pretty decent amount of gem. Also need to craft me a better Guardian set because this is pretty awful. D3 is always special. It's fun. It's still fun in like small doses. All right. With that being said, I think that is it for me. I need to give me something to eat. It's like 1 in the morning, and I gotta go grab something to eat. I haven't eaten yet, which is not good. So I need to. I guess what my options are. I guess what McDonald's and Waffle House is pretty much it. And I had McDonald's earlier, so oof. Not looking too good for me, huh? All right. Who to go to? Oh, Rav is on. Yeah, we're gonna Rav. I haven't rated Rav in like forever. All right, yeah. Well, is it Wendy's? The Wendy's where I'm at is pretty sketch. Otherwise, I would say so. I would say Wendy's, but that Wendy's is real sketch. I wouldn't. I don't trust it at all. Just being honest. I would love Wendy's, but yeah, that one's pretty sketch. And there's no other like good Wendy's around me either, so like that's the tough part. And not only that, but like that Wendy's is probably gonna be like freaking. It's gonna have like a jillion people in the drive-through, so it's gonna take like an hour to get through. But yeah, I appreciate you guys chilling with me and some non D4 content, blasting the past D3 and things. So again, like I said, we will continue to do that for the rest of the week till we get some D4 news. Pushing will be pretty soon, probably a couple of days ish or whatnot. So that'll be the more fun thing to watch versus the grinding paragon and gear aspect is not necessarily as much fun. But I do get it. But anyhow, as always, appreciate you guys being here. Enjoy Rav. And as always, till next time.